So, y'all have seen me play Fusion before. You'll also have seen me play the other game that's connected here today before as well, as I've combined using Archipelago, Metroid Fusion, and Metroid Zero Mission. As you can see, Zero Mission is just hidden right behind Fusion right there. We'll deal with that when we need to go to Zero Mission. The main idea here today isn't for a complete run. This is just going to be me testing these Archipelago worlds to see if they're viable enough to do something more significant with. Now, you may be wondering, why am I testing it live? Well, I tested it last night and it was actually fairly viable. I played for a couple hours and didn't soft lock in any serious capacities or get majorly BK'd between the two games at all. So I think it's viable enough from that stance, but this is also meant to be a teaser towards what I'm planning to do in the future with something like this. Because one of the things I was debating putting up as a goal for 800, for example, would be combining every Metroidvania that's in Archipelago into one giant mash. Would that be a good idea? Absolutely not. Would it be funny? I think so. But it would also take a while to complete. Like, that would be a very big ask. Just making sure neither of them disconnected. Okay. For those who are unfamiliar with how Archipelago works, because you've missed the other times I've done anything with this, essentially the short version of how this works is any item I pick up in Metroid Fusion could be an item for Metroid Zero Mission instead, and vice versa. The pickups for both have been merged into one pool and then redistributed across both of them. Now, that's going to lead to a lot of confusion here and there, because the pickups for both are very similar. There's a lot of crossover between them, because missiles are missiles, super missiles are super missiles, etc., etc. It will specify to me which game the item belongs to, and I debated having the tracker be down there on screen, but all of them pop up on screen as I get them, so I'm not going to worry about showing the tracker to y'all for this one. When we do a larger one, the space down there where people usually would be may very well get used for that. Now, you may be wondering, why now? Why am I doing this now? Metroid Fusion only recently came to my attention as being in Archipelago. Somebody only relatively recently, I would assume, put this into Archipelago as an option. It's not actually like a fully loaded one. It's still, I believe it's listed as an alpha release in the Google Doc for all of the AP worlds. But it seems like it's working just fine to me. And Fusion is probably my favorite Metroid game, so obviously I was excited to see that. And again, this being a test run, this is specifically not just to test how Fusion and Zero Mission work together, but test the viability of Fusion in Archipelago for me to potentially get some people together to do another larger multiplayer Archipelago. Like, obviously on this channel we've only done one really large one with Char's V-Huddle, and then the one with just me and Vale. The ones with just me and Vale, rather. Because we did two. We did the Kirby and Mario one, and then we did the Luna, Sid, and Celeste one, which both of those were a real great ride, and I would love to do more of that. That's why I'm figuring out the viability of these things ahead of time, because I want to make sure that everybody involved gets to have a good experience, because if there's anything I learned from that first one, going into it half-cocked can make it a little bit rough for people. So I want to be able to know how viable the game I'm going to be playing at the very least is, so I don't have any sticking points like I did when I did Messenger for that. Okay. Rambling aside, let's get this ball rolling. I've not checked these seeds. These seeds are full blind. So, We may end up with some interesting complications, but there's a couple unique things to how Metroid Fusion's handled in this. Your starting gear is Super Missile and Energy Tank. Your objective is as follows: find enough infant Metroids to lure out the SAX, then initiate the station self-destruct sequence. A blink at navigation rooms along the way. I will scan the station for useful equipment from there. Is your objective clear? Yeah, sure. Good, move out. So for one, you'll notice we don't start where you normally start. You start with all of the station's access hatches open. You can go to any of the sectors immediately. And the security codes are now tied to keycards that you'll receive as items, which I found fascinating. I actually started with one of the keycards in testing, which is how I figured out how the keycards work. It actually took me a little bit to figure that one out. It sounds a little quiet, so I'm gonna go ahead and bump up the volume a little bit. That's better. Now, you may be wondering, well, why don't you just run back and grab all the stuff that's up here? Well, for those unfamiliar with Metroid Fusion, I'll show you the problem. Now, actually, some of the layout is also altered to avoid soft locking. Like, for example, you obviously can't get this because that requires Speed Booster. You see that there's an energy tank there, though, so we don't need to worry too much about that. But the path to go back is blocked by Speed Booster and Morph Ball, so I need one of the two to go back. And I will just be flip-flopping back and forth between the games as I see fit. It's not going to be like on a timer or anything. This is just going to be, okay, I've hit a roadblock here. Let me flip back to the other one to unroadblock myself. But we may as well go in order for the moment. Sector 1, see what we can grab ourselves. Neat thing that you have as an option is you can have the entire map be visible. You don't have to turn this on. This is actually an option within the randomizer settings for this version of the randomizer. And it also tells you the room name in case you don't know all the rooms or don't recognize a room name shown in the hint system that you'll be able to use. I don't know how much we're going to be able to do in here right now with only level 0 locks. Oh yeah, if you hit select, you can select all the maps, which I don't recall being able to do in vanilla. I believe that's also new behavior. And there's a fantastic anti-soft lock in this that you may have seen on the menu screen there. Notice the warp button. If I press that, it'll allow us to go back to that starting room, but you lose all progress in terms of map completion and everything. It basically treats it as if you died. But there's one extra layer to it instead of it treating it completely as if you had died, is you get to keep anything you picked up. It is genuinely meant to be an anti-soft lock measure, but obviously you can cheese things with it if you really want to. I did use it that way at least once, because I found myself in a situation where I was in an unwinnable fight. Because I didn't have what I needed to win the fight, because I forgot that the thing I was fighting needed missiles in particular to be able to harm it. Speaking of needing missiles, I forgot that thing was there. So that means we actually can't do jack diddly dick in here, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to leave immediately. Now, as much as I like Fusion, my memory of it is still kind of scuffed even after what I did last night. So I'm not going to be able to remember exactly where I can go and what I can do with each tool. So don't be surprised if there's a lot of running around going, can I do this? No, I can't. How about this? Nope, I can't. And a smarter man would have pulled up a tracker that would give him that information. I did not, because I think it'd be funnier to watch me run around like an idiot. And I do enjoy puzzling these things out. Like, that's part of the joy of a randomizer to me, is puzzling out what you can and can't do. And, like, working out the new approaches you have to doing a certain thing. Okay, power bombs are over there. Though, without Morph Ball, those are useless. I know there's at least one thing we can get in here, because I actually ran in here first when I was testing, and we were able to grab something without any other items. So I'm doing this more or less the same way I did it when I tested it, at the very least, based on what we currently have. I actually got Screw Attack, like, immediately for Fusion, which did a lot of very funny things for me, including teaching me about an interaction with Screw Attack that I didn't know existed. We'll cover that when we get to the spot where that interaction is. Is there something you can destroy with Screw Attack that I don't think you would ever have had a reason to break that way, ordinarily. And that's, again, the fun thing about randomizers, is learning about things like that. But jumping down here into the security room, ordinarily this door would open. But instead we got missiles. Which is fantastic news, except for the fact that we have to actually use the anti-soft lock here, because we can't leave. Because, like, even wall jumping, I'm not good enough at single wall jumping to get out of here. So I did that in part to teach you guys about how that worked, and because I know that's a check I can get. But now you'll notice, if I cycle to Sector 1, we only have part of the map from that room. We only have up to where I had saved, essentially. Because, like, we have where I got to in Sector 1, and then we have none of Sector 2 because it cuts off right where I saved. But because we have missiles now, we can go blast the thing that we were just looking at that we can't pass because we needed missiles to destroy it. I am going to be using the warping, like I said, anytime I know for a fact I can't get out of somewhere. Like if I put myself just in an unwinnable position. The thing I have to be careful about is, to my knowledge, Zero Mission doesn't have that function. Or it's attached to a key combination that I don't know. Well, that's a problem. See these things? These atmospheric things here? I destroyed those with Screw Attack because I didn't have missiles. You're supposed to destroy them with missiles. And you absolutely would not have Screw Attack at the beginning of the game. You need to clear those in order to access these hatches, because they won't let you out of the room until you deal with that. That's good information to have. That's a suit upgrade, I'm pretty sure, down there. So we're gonna want that, but we need Morph Ball to get it. And there's also the catch of, I don't know whose suit upgrade that is. That could be mine, that could be Zero Mission's. We only will find out when we grab it. We did see that there's an energy tank over there. Let's pop that first, in case I fall through. Which I will, even if I get it. Okay, that's my energy tank. Very good. I got like 4 energy tanks for Zero Mission before I saw a single one for Fusion when I did this before. But thankfully, in terms of health, Fusion's not actually that dangerous, especially since I got Varia Suit very early, which rendered us immune to the ice X that fly around. There's also an easy check to grab over here. Ooh, speed booster for one of the two. Is that actually my speed boost? Because sometimes this one gets a little weird about which game it's attached to. Yeah, that is actually my speed booster. Okay, that's something. So now we can actually get back out of the sector hub at least, so that's helpful. Oh yeah, you'll probably notice that the palette's been randomized because these space pirates don't look right, for example, and of course Samus herself doesn't look quite right either. That's one of the handful of options this version has. There's not a ton of options in it yet because, you know, it's still early. Also, wait. Oh, we got super missiles right away. I wondered why those things were dying immediately, because my missiles didn't quite look right. So I guess that's why we got missiles already, is because technically we actually picked up super missile data. And it gave me missiles by default because of super missiles needing missiles. I'm kind of surprised that didn't just, like, make that a useless upgrade. Wait until I got missiles. Because I think some randos for the Metroid games do that and some don't. Okay, I got a super missile tank for Zero Mission now too. So we have super missiles in both games already. But it may very well be a case where those are useless in Zero Mission, since I believe that rando is more developed. This is not built off of the rando I had shown off before, by the way, as far as I can tell. This was built off of a different fusion randomizer, which I didn't know there was more than one. I only knew about the one. Can't go that way. Need Morph Ball. Which, let me tell you, my Morph Ball was in an awful location in the test. I didn't get it during the test run. Oh, right, we're locked in here now, so... warp away we go. As I said, I'm not going to abuse that needlessly. I'm not going to purposely go to places I know I can't come back out of too often, because that is going to become really cheaty. But I am going to end up doing it a few times. Let's go get the energy tank first. Smash through here. Okay, that's another energy tank for this game. I would actually rather it have been a Zero Mission energy tank, because I'm worse at Zero Mission. The physics of Zero Mission still give me more trouble than the physics in this one. Not to mention you have that shorter range shot by default in Zero Mission compared to the screen length shot of this game. Oh, there's one of our infant Metroids. But we won't be able to do anything with that information till we have enough to be able to get to the self-destruct anyway. Because we need to be able to reach the console to activate the self-destruct. So even if we have like 30 infant Metroids, it's not gonna matter. Morph Ball can be found... oh, Morph Ball's in my own world. Aquarium, cargo, storage, left item. That's how navigation rooms work, by the way. That'll tell you where one of your items are in your world or whichever world it's in. It'll tell you the exact location, which I think is a little too powerful. I think that's a little too much of a giveaway. So it can be worth just like jumping over the navigation rooms sometimes. I'm also not entirely sure how they activate, because they don't just activate immediately. Because like you may have noticed that the navigation room we ran past before wasn't active. I think they activate where they would normally activate in the plot to a certain degree. It's weird. Because like if we run up to this nav room, this one's active as well. This wasn't active for me before. Your missile data can be found at your Sector 2 Level 1 security room. Yeah, I figured that out. I got that already. That's the other thing, is it doesn't... I think they give you set hints. I don't think it gives you hints based on what you have left. I think it is just given a defined hint to give you when the seed is generated. Oh, this nav room works too, okay. Super Missile can be found at Sector 5 Arc, Ruined Break Room. Well, we already have functional super missiles, so I don't need that information. What's in this data room, though? Okay, we now have fully functional super missiles for Zero Mission as well. That's honestly way better a start than my test seed had. Like, arguably, starting with Screw Attack for this game and getting early Space Jump for Zero Mission is better mobility, but being able to just bust through like every door, having super missiles, well, not every door, but a lot of doors, having the super missiles is very nice. And we can also break into here. Can I exit this though? I think I need Morph Ball to get out of here. And we know Morph Ball's not going to be down there. So let's not go there yet. And I can also refer to those hints at any time if I just look at the tracker. Problem is, I don't think I can get to... Why is this so short? Fuck. There we go. Yeah, so Ruined Break Room and Aquarium Cargo Storage are the two items we know about for Fusion so far. Now, the downside to that being... I don't think I can get to either of those right now. Is if we cycle over to Sector 4, you'll notice there's a lot of red doors for one, and for two, I know for a fact that I need... I believe it's Morph Ball and Bomb to get past the entrance of 4. So I have to do a workaround to get to the room that it's talking about. And I don't know which room in here is the cargo room that it's talking about. If I were to hazard a guess, I would assume it has to be one of the rooms reachable from one of the side entrances, so it may very well be the one connected to 5. Now, the problem with getting to that entry from 5 is I need yellow keycard access to get there. Because if you look, there's a yellow door in the right smack dab in the middle of the path that would lead to the 4 door. So I think we're not getting our Morph Ball for a bit. It is supposed to give it to you relatively early. Like, that's how I have it set. So that you can get Morph Ball relatively early so you're not just stuck because of that forever. But early doesn't mean reachable early, necessarily. Depending on how your pathing goes. Is the room where the Morph Ball was placed in the test seed needed Speed Booster and Jump Ball to get there the only way I could figure out how to get there. And while I had the Speed Booster in both games, I had no idea where my Jump Ball was. Because it was in... For those that know Zero Mission, it was in the room where you have to Ball Spark to. Where you have that, like, skinny Speed Booster hallway that you can't run through. You have to use Ball Form to get through. I don't need to confirm mission objectives, it's fine. I'm just doing this so I have map completion to remind me that I've been places. The fact that everything shows what it needs to be broken, by the way, is another rando setting. Otherwise, I'd have to sit here and poke and prod things to remind myself, what does this need? And that just didn't seem worth anybody's time. Okay, need power bombs and speed booster to get through there. There's already gonna be plenty of poking and prodding random things in Zero Mission anyway, because Zero Mission didn't have that setting. At least not that I saw. Because bear in mind, for those that don't know, the YAMLs that you use for accessing all the things you need in those randomizers, all is text-based. So sometimes it's just a reading comprehension check. You'll also notice we can't get back without Morph Ball, so I actually have to teleport out of here anyway. Like, technically, running over there like I did would technically be out of logic. If it weren't for the fact that we can warp out. I admittedly did that because I forgot. I forgot that I couldn't go back. So we didn't really gain anything, though, that was of any substance, especially. Like, we gained a missile upgrade for Zero Mission from over there. And I wouldn't factor that as too big a concern to have gotten an out of line. Yeah, let me show you guys why we can't go over here right now. So we can very clearly get up here. Not really a big deal. So, okay, what's the problem, you might say? This. This needs bombs to open. Now, there is an extra thing to this, and that is Screw Attack can break these as well. Which blew my mind. Now, technically, I do have a long enough run-up that I could do a jumping Shine Spark through here. That is a viable move to make, and I think that might be what they expect me to do. So I think we have a long enough run-up. No, we don't. So I would need to short charge, and I don't know how to do short charge. If that's even a thing you can do in Fusion. I believe short charging is a thing. But either way, we can't do anything with that right now. Because I don't think I could hold a charge long enough to go from the long hallway here up and over and get there. Because ordinarily, the only way to hold a charge would be to not jump. I'm pretty confident we won't be able to do much in Sector 6. We also don't have Varia, so I don't really want to go running in there. Then again, there is that Sector 4 door there, which I think we might be able to open. And that would put me over there on the right. Is that what they're thinking for me to do? I feel like that's incorrect, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Worst case, we die. Since there's a save room right here, dying is kind of irrelevant. And we do at least have 3 energy tanks, so it's not horrendous. Oh yeah, this is also before the room where the Ice X start appearing anyway, so you're not really in too much danger, except in this part. Because this is where they show up. Okay, yeah, no, we're hosed on this idea as well. Like, I can blast through this guy, but I don't think we can do anything meaningful over here. Nor would this be technically in logic unless there's Screw Attack somewhere in here. Or High Jump or something. I'm also not convinced I can get at the item that's on the other side of here. Also this problem of just getting demolished. Which is why I ran in there. I'm like, you know what, I'll just die and that's fine. Because I think that's fairer than me running in there and then teleporting out. So yeah, we can't do that yet. Which means, more than likely, in the logic of this randomizer, it intends for me to get Morph Ball Bomb and such before going around that way through the Sector 4 door there. Or there is a world in which it expects me to have Screw Attack and Morph Ball, depending on if that's a multi-layered bomb path or not. If it only needs the one bomb block at the front, if I have Morph Ball, I could technically squeeze in there by just Screw Attacking the thing off. Like, that's not an unreasonable thought. Just not really a particularly viable one. We may have to just go grab early checks in Zero Mission to be able to proceed right now, honestly. Despite the fact that I have a decent windfall in having Speed Booster and Super Missiles already. Because while there is a Speed Booster spot there, I can't actually utilize that from this position particularly well. Because what that'll do is launch me over here. Which, while that seems like it might be useful, the problem with that idea is I'm pretty sure I'd have no way back if I'm remembering the layout of this area properly. So I think that this is too high for me to jump back from, and this room's hot. And I could do a hot run. We have enough energy tanks I could probably just cook my way through there. Actually, how fast do I drain in here? That's sketchy. Okay, no, this is climbable. Never mind. Need a speed booster for here, but that's fine because we just bust through all of this. Oh, I accidentally set up the Shine Spark. I did not mean to do that because I have no need to do that right now. I just kind of reflexively ducked. Yeah, you'll notice we can't go back through this way, and I can't go through the doors up there because they're all green doors. God damn you. So that leaves our only viable room to go to would have been up there, and we need screw attack to get there. So yeah, this area is dead to us right now. 3 is completely useless at the moment. I thought there was an area I could get to and be cheeky, but the answer to that is no. Not at the moment. This is meaning that I might be on the right track here with our initial foray into here being good for having grabbed a couple things, but we're gonna have to hop over sooner than I expected. So I was hoping to be able to snag just a couple basics very quick and easy. No such luck though at the moment. Let's go ahead and heal up before we go in here, since they have all these free healing spots. That missile spot would be all well and good, except we need Morph Ball to fit through there. Yeah, that's what I thought, is this place is dead-ended immediately by yellow doors. I think level 3 might be the single most locks on the map? Level 2 and level 3 have, like, the most doors. So I really need my level 2 and my level 3 keycards out of the keycard options. And out of the keycards, the only one that's, like, guaranteed required to complete the game is level 2. Because I need to be able to get past all those level 2 doors upstairs in the main room. But I also need a way to jump up high enough to get there. Yeah, I think we're switching over to Zero Mission now. I'm getting that game started. So I'll just flick that, do that. I just need to quickly fix the audio, so give me 1 second. Turn off Fusion's audio. Turn on Zero Mission's audio. There's a very wild difference in the audio for the two games, too, which is pretty wild to think about when you consider they're both on the same system. And they were released reasonably close together in time, I think. Hey, this actually has a full, like, AP World listing and everything, and it also tells you the seed for it if you're interested up there. We can grab one immediate check, because there's one right next to us. We have our super missiles and our missiles. Though, oh, actually, unless this is... Okay, yeah, this must be guaranteed Morph Ball, then. Because that's twice now I've had Vanilla Morph Ball be there. Because I think it's because you physically can't get back out of there without that. But yeah, we've got missiles and super missiles. So there's a lot, but not that we can do with that. Also, you'll notice this map does show you where the items are, but it doesn't give you the full map. It just shows you that there are rooms to the sides that have those items, as far as the map for this one goes. And you can, of course, cycle all the maps with this one as well, in case you don't know the lay of the land. But as far as I'm aware, unless there's like a button combination to warp to starting zone, there is no warp to starting zone for this one. And I will have to be kind of careful. Oh yeah, let me show you where the item back here was, because I know exactly where it is, but I can't get it right now. And I want to check to see what the item is. It's right around here somewhere. Okay, it's just missiles. I don't care about that. That's fine. I can stay there. The Chozo statues will heal you. Ordinarily, you'd have to activate them to move them out of your way, but they're all automatically out of the way in the rando. Presumably in part because you would need Morph Ball to be able to move them. So maybe they did that as a anti-soft lock there as well. One thing that's gonna get me constantly with Zero Mission is the fact that I'm so used to the fact you have grip by default in Fusion, but you don't have ledge grab by default in Zero Mission. You have to get it. And I'm so used to ledge grabbing to go around places. We don't have Morph Ball bombs, so we can't actually... Actually, wait, I can missile my way in there. So actually, we can, in logic, get in here. For now. So that's an interesting move. I feel like I'm better off going and getting the item that's over on the other side. But I was curious to see if that was a viable move. Because I wasn't sure if missiles broke those blocks. I was pretty sure they were a anything hits this, it breaks block, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, we can go get whatever this ends up being over here. We have Screw Attack and Fusion again already. God, these seeds love giving me Screw Attack, don't they? That said, this gives me ideas. We're not gonna jump back yet. I will stay here, like, roughly equal time unless I hit a roadblock. Just because I think it's more interesting than just flipping right back to the game I'm more comfortable with immediately. And that's not to say I'm not comfortable enough with this, because, like, y'all have seen me beat this game. You know I can do it. Which, by the way, this rando skips the part that I hated the most, the whole stealth segment through the Space Pirate area. You don't have to worry about that at all in the randomized setup. You can set it so you have to do that if you want to be rude and mean to yourself, but there's absolutely no reason to make yourself do that. As you can see, there's where the boss requirement statue is. Once again, just running around getting map completion. Reminding myself of where things are and how to get to this, that, the other thing. Because again, I did a lot of this last night, but that does not mean any of it was retained. Okay, so all that just connects back and doesn't do anything. Could I have gotten to the area to the right of where we just were? I don't think we can, but I should check just to make sure. Because remember, in a rando, check everywhere, because no matter what you think is there, it probably isn't what is actually there, and what is actually there might be useful. Where is the entrance to that area? We don't have bombs, so I can't, like, bomb jump my way over to the wall to check. And I'm no good at midair or morph ball. That's, like, the weakest thing I have as far as Metroid movement goes, is trying to midair morph ball places. I just cannot get it to work for some reason. It just... my hands don't do it fast enough. Like, that's actually the best I've ever been able to do with that speed-wise. Because it requires you, like, having horizontal input while simultaneously double tapping down, and it's just, my hands don't do it for some reason. And I've never sat down and practiced myself into a position where I can do that. Which I'm sure if I sat down and spent hours upon hours practicing the movement, I probably could do it. I just have no reason to. If we end up in a position where I have to do that, well, then I'll figure it out when we get to it. So again, remember, I did say that this wasn't going to be a completed run more than likely. Unless we happen to complete it in like 4 hours, because that's what I've earmarked to do this today, is like 4 hours. Because I figure that'll be enough to make sure that everything is viable without playing this out so much that I won't want to do it in the future. Because that's the important part, is I want to retain this as something that I can do with others. Okay, those are bomb-specific spots, so I can't actually get in there in any other way. Having gotten the screw attack, there is more I can do in Fusion. Like, that's not even a case of, oh yeah, maybe I can do something in Fusion. No, there's a lot I can do in Fusion now that I have screw attack. Like, all those bomb spots you saw are viable now. All of those screw attack spots are obviously viable now. We can bust through that at missile door there, but I want to at least touch this save first, because we do only have the one energy tank. I'd rather not lose the progress we have made in here just because I died to something stupid. Because again, we are much more vulnerable here at the moment. Oh right, we're in this place. I got in here backwards in the test I did. I don't think I want to go in there right now. There's an item above me here, but I think you get into that item from this room. Because there's this area up here, which... Actually, I think we can get into that right now. Yeah, because one super missile takes them out. Okay, so now we have power bombs in Fusion, but we still don't have regular bombs or morph ball to use that information with. I don't want to do that right now. I'm gonna struggle to get back out of there, I think, if I do that right now, so let's not. I just don't feel like having a struggle bus moment already. Let's see about grabbing those items that are down below instead. Like, the usual intent behind my initial forays is I go grab all of the easy-to-grab checks first. I should grab missiles first, though. Hang on. I know what's in there. Oh, missiles and full health would be wise. I'm less concerned about the full health, but I'll probably get the full health before I have a full load of missiles. Respawn the boys. Yeah, see, the game, I do believe, prioritizes health first. And then once you have full health, it'll make any drops be other things. Because technically it's supposed to prioritize what you need most, but I believe it's weighted health and then whatever you're lowest on ammo for, or something along those lines. I don't actually know that for a fact. These are just my assumptions to extend the information that I do know. Because I was told at the very least that it does prioritize things you don't have, and it'll like lock out things you do have full of. Like, you shouldn't see health pickups when you're full health, for example. Keyword to that being shouldn't. Let's see if we can get a couple super missiles, because that'll make what we're about to do way easier. It's looking like they're not going to give me any, though. There we go. All I did was complain about it. Because we have to fight this thing. Oh wow, I did not expect a super missile just to delete him in one go. That's actually really nice. Oh, anyway, moving on. Ordinarily, you're supposed to fight that thing twice. You're supposed to fight it up here, and then it'll reappear somewhere else. I believe that's how that goes. We need bombs to go further there. We've got yet another energy tank for fusion, so really, as far as health goes, aside from fighting like Nightmare and such, I think we're good already. We have like 4 energy tanks worth of health. Which may mean we are actually expected to do a hot run or 2. Or at the very least, I may decide to do those. Just because we have the health for it to be viable. How do I get to that item that's to the side there? Oh, right. This is another one of the... This would be a speed booster spot if I could reveal it. This is where the ball spark thing starts. I think, if I understand it correctly, you speed boost with the ball through this passageway here, grab the thing that's there, and then you keep going to get those items that are on the left. That's at least what I gathered when I was trying to figure out how I was supposed to get the item I needed that was over on the other side, because one of those 2 items that are stacked on top of each other over there on the left-hand side, one of those was my morph ball in testing, which was miserable. Because like I said before, I couldn't get that with the items I had. But I think we are going to be going back to fusion soon, because I am running out of places I can go with the tools I have. Because the rando has decided missiles are the only thing I need here in this game, and that's not sufficient for my power needs. Because we don't have any other red doors we can get to. And we need morph ball bombs for basically everything in our path here. So, as I said, I was going to give them equal time unless I hit a roadblock, and as far as I can perceive, there's a roadblock here now. But again, that may just be my lesser knowledge of Zero Mission coming into play there, but I think we are just going to go ahead and switch to take advantage of the fact that we have Screw Attack either way. So, back to that one. Let me flip the music. This is also why I'm just staying in retro rather than going in each game's category, because otherwise I'd be switching it every time. And it would just be a waste of everybody's time. As it stands, flipping that takes a second. Which, you know, not a big deal there. Now you'll notice we don't have the... Oh no, it did actually update correctly this time. Before, when I was doing this, I had to actually area change to get it to update. And now that we have Screw Attack, we have more options. None of which are in this room, though. This area is still dead to me. Now, I will say, getting Screw Attack doesn't do as much for me as it did in the test seed, because I didn't even have missiles in the test seed for a while. So I was destroying things that you need missiles for quite a bit with Screw Attack beforehand. Let's see. What do I want to do first, now that we have this? I could go a little bit further in Sector 1 now, I think. But why would I? That's the better question. Is there actually an advantage to that? Technically, no, I think. I don't think there's a reason for me to immediately be going and doing that. Sector 2, does Screw Attack get me anything? Not immediately either, I don't think. It might be a way for me to get to the Sector 4 door, though, so I do want to check that. We may end up having to warp back from that. I don't remember the situation over there well enough off the top of my head. But as you can see, you can pass through those bomb sections this way. Which I never knew Screw Attack broke bomb blocks. I always did that the slow way, just using bombs. And yeah, that's what I remembered. Screw Attack gets me here. So we might be able to get our Morph Ball. No, I can't, because I need Gravity Suit for that. Because I can wall jump my way up there, but I can't really wall jump up there without Gravity Suit. I think it is possible to do that, but it's either a glitch interaction, or you have to just really, really be good at single wall jumping to get up there. And let me tell you, neither of those things are in my wheelhouse. I do know there's a way to, like, make you move as if you have Gravity Suit in Super Metroid. I don't know if it applies in this game, because I've seen people do that trick before. But yeah, I can actually go this way now, because that's another thing Screw Attack does, is it breaks those guys. So that's a Power Bomb tank for Zero Mission. I don't know if that gives us capability of using them without us having bombs or not. We can't go through here because we don't have Morph Ball yet. But if we can use power bombs without having bombs, then that actually makes Zero Mission viable again, because we already have Morph Ball in that game. One way or the other, we have a lot we can do. Like, if it was just me playing the game I would have rather be playing of the two as much as possible, I would be obviously spending the majority of my time in Fusion. Because I know the lay of the land here way better. So I can get a lot more done a lot faster here. That isn't the point to an exercise like this. That Morph Ball, we can't get into that. We need power bombs for the one over there, but that's not really the concern in that situation. We did get power bombs out of this, but I don't think we have anything else we can do here at the moment. Again, unless there's tricks that I could do that I don't know how to do, which there probably are. The amount of movement tech and tricks in these games is rather insane compared to what a layman can do. But I am very firmly in that lower category. Which is part of why you don't see me doing, like, the Super Metroid Rando and such. That and Super's one of the ones I don't know as much about in general, either. Like, I've seen quite a few runs of it, but I've never done it myself. But now that we have Screw Attack, and I can use that to break bomb blocks, I can probably bust my way through the doorway up here that I was just talking about a little while ago, and actually get into Sector 4, which may very well get us our Morph Ball and crack this game wide open. Or... huh. Did they... huh. Do only certain bomb blocks get broken by Screw Attack? Did they actually, like, code an extra thing for that? That must be part of the change to the sector layouts from the randomizer, then. That explains why I was so confused when it worked before, I guess. Well, that means I can't do that, then. That means we actually can't get in there right now. Well, son of a bitch. I guess I wasn't remembering wrong that didn't work that way then. And that's just part of the rando. Okay. Huh. Well, that thwarts my plans. It doesn't thwart all of my plans, but it thwarts that plan. Does Screw Attack allow me to get into the doorway there? I don't think so, because I think we needed to be able to squeeze in there, but let's double check. This throws the entire path I had in my mind after getting the screw attack into doubt. Okay, no, we can break through here, which I think, yeah, this is the path to that door. But we need Morph Ball to proceed from here, so never mind. Alright. There's a power bomb pickup there, but that's not relevant to us right now. Now, you might think we're stuck here, but remember, wall jumping is a thing. That's a thing you can do without any abilities or anything. That's just vanilla, normal behavior. Like, that's the highest, almost the highest order of trick I can do, and that's, like, the easiest thing to do. Because of the amount of Ice X here, I'm not sure we can do this, but we can stun our way through them. So, it's possible that this is intended. And we, like, run to Sector 5 through here. This still is part of the not-so-cold section. But this is just super missiles, and I'm not entirely sure how you open that spot anyway, because I hit it with everything I had. I think you actually need power bombs to get in there. One way or the other, though, it's just super missiles, and we already have those. So it's not relevant. I got juggled. I knew I was being greedy trying to jump through that, but I figured I'd give it a shot. Oh, that did put us back before we ran through the doorway there, but it doesn't matter. We didn't gain anything from that trip. Oh, no, we did. Did we technically gain anything from that trip? No, because we realized we couldn't go through the water there. I guess we should try to go further in Sector 1, though I feel like I'm missing something to be able to proceed too far in there. Is the only reason Screw Attack's coming to mind for getting further in there was just because I needed that before. The alternatives being going in through the front door of Sector 5. No, I can't go in through the front door of Sector 5. We covered that already. There is part of Sector 3 we can get to now because of Screw Attack, I think? But green doors get in the way of a lot in there. You should ignore the in-game timer down there, because every time I warp, it fucks up the timer. So the in-game time is going to be a lie. So, I mean, let's at least pop our head in here. I'm pretty sure between Screw Attack and Speed Booster, there is at least something I can do here. Like, I can't get to that particularly viably. Well, actually, maybe. There is a move I can think of to do. Nope, the height's not right for that. That's what I was afraid of. But maybe I can still do that. Maybe that does work. I just need to do it better. No, that's right. Because I think as soon as you start falling, I think you might lose access to your Shine Spark, but I'm going to try to do it a little bit better there. Because I did do it a bit sloppy. I just ran off instead of stopping to maintain it. Okay, yeah, you can do that. There we go. But we need Morph Ball to get in there anyway. That's what I was afraid of. I was pretty sure that was a one wide hole there. So that doesn't work. It was a neat trick, but it doesn't help. It may help later, when we invariably need to do exactly that to get there. But doesn't solve the problem now. Let's just tank the heat, see if we can actually make it through here. As you can see, it doesn't drain your health too fast. And with the amount of health we have, we can absolutely make a trip like this. And that gets us ice missiles. Wait a minute. If we have ice missiles, that means they expect me to... That might mean they expect me to freeze some enemies in certain places. We also can Shine Spark our way up here. But I don't think we can get that item right now. No, I think I need high jump to get there, or space jump. Like, maybe there's a crazy wall jump I could do to get there, but I don't think that's... Oh yeah, this is another one I can break to get, so we got a little bit more missiles, which is helpful, but not incredible. This gets me into Arc again from a different angle. Is this an angle that's viable right now? Now this does put us over here. Are there any items over here? Yeah, there are items here. I don't know if I can get them, but we may as well look. I just gotta be careful not to accidentally run into Nightmare's room. I did that by accident in testing, and it was a bad time for all. Oh, no, there's water here. I forgot there's water here. Water means screw attack doesn't work either, unless you have gravity suit. The good news is we can get back out. I'll just have to use ice missiles to get back out. And it's gonna suck. But since I technically can get out, I'm not gonna warp out yet. Not unless we end up in an unwinnable position completely. Why did that missile go that way? Oh, I'm out of missiles now. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna have to do some killing for a second here. Get our ammo back. I'm not gonna give up on this, though. Though these space pirates are gonna be an issue. Yeah, because that's what I was afraid of. That's fine. This ends up being the same as if I'd warped out, but this is fairer. So at the end of the day, what we learned is helpful, but not. Like, we learned we can get up into the room over there on the left. It shows those items as uncollected, but thanks to Archipelago, we still have them. We would just have to recollect them for it to show properly on the map. Which, let me do that before I forget that I have collected them, rather. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong sector for that. 1 second. That would be the other downside to cheesing things with the warp back to your starting zone trick, is it'd be very easy to forget what you have and haven't done because it would all be unmarked. You know, on top of the obvious, you would be blatantly cheating. And I would say it's safe to say that I earned these by doing the firewalk for it. Even if it wasn't that difficult. course, I say it's not that difficult, and I get myself dumped in the lava. This is still survivable, I just need to not screw up again. Okay. Like, that would not have been viable if it weren't for the fact that none of the rooms after that have fire. Go reclaim these. I'm gonna poke my head into this path again, I'm just not gonna go as far. Because at the very least we can get some of our resources back from the guys in this room. Specifically, I can get all my health back. Well, we've learned going down into the water is a bad idea. And unfortunately, because this was broken, we can't actually go through there. We can't break it further to get through it or anything. So we have to go down into the water there, which means there's not much else we can actually do here. But now that we have our full health again, we can actually just go back properly. There we go. Can I get up through there? I'm pretty sure I can't. I'm pretty sure that these guys... like, they're an issue, for one, and for two, there's a lot more involved here. And I'm pretty sure the last leg of this is not possible for us. Yeah, because it's gonna need Morph Ball to get at the item that's in there, where the little L-shaped block is. Because the item is right above that. So there's no way I can, like, sneak my way to it at the moment. I also think I might have soft-locked a little bit. I don't think I can squeeze down through this hole. Yep, there we go. Made it work. I just had to get the exact right frame for that. And obviously this we can wall jump back out of. Easy as you please. So now we go fire walking again. So I technically could Shine Spark across this. No, I can't. There's not enough room. This is more of an issue. I might have actually gotten myself killed here. Nope, we made it. We're fine. This way we can legitimize the gains we have. But ice missiles, ice missiles, ice missiles, ice missiles. What do they do? Like, obviously, they allow me to freeze enemies and use them as platforms, which will allow me access to things I would ordinarily not be intended to be able to get to under most circumstances. But I can't think of that many shafts where I would want to use them to climb up to something. Other than, actually, that water area we were just in Ark, where we got killed. Technically, I could get into where that one missile spot was, but I think because I don't have Morph Ball, I couldn't follow up on that anyway, because I would need to get past where the missile spot was to take advantage of that, so that doesn't help. We still don't have any of my key cards. So we don't have access through any of our doors. We have 10 checks in Fusion and 5 checks in Zero Mission so far, so I don't think we have enough points to ask for a hint for where any of my keycards are, nor do I really want to hint out yet. I feel like it's too early for that. We're only an hour in. We also did pick up at least power bombs for Zero Mission, so I feel like we'd be able to start doing more in Zero Mission. I'm just gonna rack my brain for a second here and make sure there's not anything else I can do here in Fusion again before I swap back. Because otherwise we may be swapping back here soon again. This is actually a more complicated seed in some ways than the one I had last night, so I'm actually kind of happy about that. Like, obviously, I could... Where is it? Go here to main deck and go to where that boss is on the right. I know how to get there without Morph Ball. Getting back out would be the problem. And since I'm trying not to cheese the system too hard, I'm not going to do that. Because technically you'd be able to viably go back up, but the screen doesn't pan back up after you beat that boss. They expect you to be able to Morph Ball out of there in the way the game's coded, so you're just stuck there. I ran into that last night, so I'd have to warp out. That is a lot of checks to hit over there, and if I run out of ideas, I'm going to do that. But I don't want to do that right now, because again, that's out of logic. But I don't think there's much anything else we can do at this exact second. The doors are the problem. Like, I can go poke my head into Sector 1 again and make sure there's not a check or two I can get over here. But I think that's the last move I have in this game until we go back to Zero Mission. So this may very well end up being the same situation if I end up warping out. So really, the warping is the same as if like I death warped or closed the game to load the save, etc. Which I know, there are runners that do that. Like, maybe not big time runners, but I've seen other people do that. It's also a way I've seen a lot of people, when they're doing like Legend of Zelda runs or such, save keys by doing that. They check an area to see if it's worth doing it, and then realize, oh, this sucks. Save load. Get rid of the fact that I wasted the key. Yeah, because I can get into this room and get the item up here, but we already got this. So I think we ran into a problem that I couldn't solve in here. Not in this room specifically, but near here. So I ended up backing out of this. Did we grab? Yeah, we had to have grabbed the item that was over here. Right, because that's where we got Speed Booster, and then I immediately turned around. But we'll grab it again just so I remember that I have it. Technically, I think we have enough health that we could dive down into the lava and go through the green door there, but we don't have the key to open the green door, so it wouldn't matter. If I had the green key card, though, I would absolutely just say to hell with it, I'm diving into the lava. Because I know that there is something potentially useful on the other side of that. I already forgot why we didn't go further in here. 2 more stabilizers still malfunctioning. Which your context for this area, by the way, is the parasites were modifying the environment here using those stabilizers to allow them to breed much more effectively in here. Obviously, we wouldn't want them doing that, since these parasites can mimic anything and everything that they come into contact with. It'd be kind of a big deal if they could keep multiplying and then replicating whatever the fuck they need or want. Yeah, that's where we got the super missiles for Zero Mission. That ended up obliterating the worm thing. This is an important part to remember, that you can stop mid-screw attack. Because if you don't know that you can do that just by pressing up, you end up just wrecking your own platform so often, and it's a nightmare to get through here. Right, we got stuck on the other side of that door. That's why we ended up having to warp out of here. I remember now. Was that the problem? I feel like that was the problem. Is it worth it to me to go through this door again? I don't think so. I don't think I want to go that way right now. 'Cause I'm pretty sure there's still something in the way of me doing everything else that's over there. So let's go this way instead. Or did I get stuck down here? I might have gotten stuck down here. Which, this is also not viable, by the way. And if you know about what's in there. I think I froze him too low. We may actually have to save warp out of here, too. But I'm gonna see if I can bait one of the space pirates low enough that I can climb on top, and we might be able to viably climb our way out of here. Except the one that was nearby has apparently just decided he has no interest in being anywhere near us anymore. Hey. Hey. Come down from there, young man. Hey. God damn it. So based on the fact that we don't have high jump, I think we're still not getting out of here, so I fucked up again. So I think we gained absolutely nothing from that. Alright, we're going back to Zero Mission. I tried. I tried very hard to finagle my way out of that situation, but there's not much we can do anymore, I don't think. So it's going to depend very heavily on if we can actually use those power bombs over here or not. Which I feel like that's going to be a bit of a crapshoot, but... Oh yeah, I can use them. Okay, that changes things somewhat. Because that means bomb paths are viable to a point. I can also show you guys what I was talking about here. It's a speed booster spot. But there is this. Oh, but I'm gonna have to waste the other power bomb immediately to get back out. It's one of those things where you're so used to having bombs and power bombs if you have power bombs that you just go, oh yeah, I can just climb myself back out of there by bomb bouncing. Oh wait, I can't because I don't have bombs. Well, so much for it only offering me what I'm missing, because now it's giving me health and missiles. Maybe it's only certain Metroid games that are smart that way. Maybe I'm thinking of the Prime games. Not sure. It also doesn't spawn another Rhino Beetle thing unless the pickup gets collected. Power bombs, please. Power bombs, please. Okay, fine. I think save points in this one will restore them. If not, we're in a little bit of an awkward spot. Having already wasted my only 2 power bombs. Nope. I need either the ship or a Chozo statue then, I guess, to restore those. Which, thankfully, there's a Chozo statue not awfully far away, but it's inconvenient, to say the least. I just need to remember that I can't bomb jump anywhere still because, well, we don't have real bombs, we only have power bombs. And as much as power bombs are better, they don't have the same results. Because, you know, you only have a couple of them. We technically can go down to Kraid's room. Like, I don't think we can actually go too far into Kraid's area, but we can technically go down into there. Are they expecting me to go there? I feel like they wouldn't be. Like, as I said, I can, so I guess we'll poke our nose down here at least. I just need to be careful not to be too quick to reach around too far in here. Speaking of, by the way, you'll notice those elevators go real fast. That is a thing from the randomizer as well. I actually could have made the elevators in both, I believe, much faster. It's either both or just fusion, where there was a too fast setting where it would make the elevators go, like, wildly quick. Okay, energy tank for this game. That's actually fantastic news. But yeah, there is a point of no return spot if I'm not careful, I do believe. And I say point of no return, not because under ordinary circumstances it'd be a point of no return, but with the tools we have, I think it's a point of no return. Technically we can go in here, can't we? Yeah, because we can use this. Oh no, I need a bomb to activate that. Oh, it's a good thing I can wall jump, or I would have fucked myself there. Things you would not have been able to do without basic knowledge of wall jumping. Get out of that situation. Is we wouldn't be able to bounce out of there with a bomb or anything, and we couldn't reach the ledge. Nor could we grab the ledge anyway, so it would have just been... It would have been a travesty, really. But there went all our power bombs again, as I keep poking my nose into places it doesn't belong. It's a real shame how I keep doing that, isn't it? I'm just not even gonna touch the save point because honestly I'd rather end up going back to a world where I have power bombs if I die. Not doing that right now because we can't jump our way up there. I think we can't do this right now. We need to be able to power it on. Right, that's why this matters. Well, you know what? Sweet embrace of death. Send me back to the world where I have power bombs. There we go. We have one power bomb again suddenly. This does mean we don't have that energy tank anymore, because you'll notice we actually lost that by dying, so let me go back and grab that. And we just won't poke our nose further into there, so I remember to come back here later. Which, speaking of, let me save the fact that I have the energy tank, because I forgot that that was why I was debating saving, was the fact that there was an energy tank on the line. And we don't have tons of them in this world yet. Let's look further down. Right, this is the part where it gets a little awkward to get back out. Can't do that yet because we didn't activate the unknown item that allows us to do that. And then you have this situation where you have to go back around to get back out. And I'm not sure we can. I don't know if we have the tools to get back out of here. In fact, yeah, because this is another similar situation of needing the... Okay, the map rooms are deactivated because you have the map already. I was curious if they made the map rooms checks or not. So I don't think we can go up the sides in here. In fact, I'm reasonably confident we can't because of the fact that, you know, you obviously can't reach that. And I can't reach it up through here particularly well. I might be able to do, like, an incredibly precise wall jump in here. I can't believe it. I actually got in here. But you'll notice how crammed full of these guys this is. Yeah, Powerbomb doesn't even kill those, so I think we're stuck down here. I think actually I have to die. Because I don't think we can come back out from here at all. Yeah, because I can't viably wall jump my way out of this hole. Yep, I have soft lock, so I have to die. The good news is we didn't gain anything down here, so it doesn't matter. But this is kind of the situation I was afraid of coming down here into Crade's section. So I don't think there's actually anything for us to get down here other than that energy tank I snagged. Is the room one row down from where we grabbed something isn't reachable, because that's where the conveyor thing is. The one on the left needs morph ball bombs for us to be able to jump up to, or ledge grab to get into. Either one would get us there. We need bombs in order to use the launcher over there on the right. We obviously can't go all the way down to go fight Kraid himself, I don't think. Nor do we have great resources for doing that, so I wouldn't want to do that anyway. So yeah, I think this area is dead to us. I know for a fact I'm not in logic to try to get the ball spark item, because we don't have speed booster in this world yet. We only have fusion speed booster. That jump doesn't look particularly doable, but it absolutely is, by the way, to get back out of here. Have no fear, I've done this before. See, it's a tight jump, but you can make it. And then you just hop up out of here. That's why I wasn't worried about going down into there, I was just worried about getting stuck once I was in there. Which in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have saved down there if I was that worried about that in the first place. Okay, that's a shine spark up thing. Oh, wait. Oh, use the launcher to launch the ball up there. Okay. It's not a shine spark, it's a ball launch. Yeah, because I think technically you're 2 tiles wide when you're shine sparking vertically as well, so I don't think you'd fit through there. And because of the way the wall and such here is laid out, I'm pretty sure that I can't reach that without high jump. There has to be something I can use power bombs for to be relevant around here. Because otherwise, we might actually be in trouble. Because I don't have any great ideas for what to do in Fusion right now. And if I can't do anything here, that means we can't unstick Fusion, which means we might actually be, like, in deep trouble. Of course, the version of this I do for stream is the one that ends up in a real dodgy position. Oh, I guess there just is nothing on this wall that gets us into that room. I guess it's on the other side. Huh. The more you know. For some reason, I thought it was on this side. Well, may as well go get that power bomb back, and then we'll go to the right, then. Because without Ice Beam, I can't get there, or, like, Space Jump, or High Jump, or Bombs, or something. Something that allows me to get over to that ledge. Which right now we don't have anything that would do that. Technically, there was a Chozo statue up there, too. Hey, ABC. So I could have just used the other statue to get to have my power bombs back, but it's fine. Either one works. It played, I heard it. Yes, there was. Just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean it's not there. And I can guarantee you stream has sound because I can see all the sound bars moving. It may have been a little quiet, but it was there. And unfortunately, I can't control when owned alerts just shit the bed sometimes. But I can guarantee you I heard the hello there. And I know for a fact I didn't hallucinate it. Which I have filled in sounds that weren't there before, but I know for a fact it wasn't this time. Right, I need to be able to climb up on those to get up there, so that doesn't happen right now. I think you're just gaslighting yourself into thinking that there wasn't any sound on there. Because I can guarantee you that it was there. If I could roll the VOD back right now, I would. To prove my point. Power bombing this won't actually help anything. That's what I'm saying, yeah, is I think it may have just gotten overrun by the other sounds. Also, I forgot to remove the extra bit of text on the Archipelago timer, so give me 1 second. Because it's not Lunacid and Celeste today. I'll just delete that section of text. I knew I forgot something. Probably messed up in the command as well, so I'll quickly fix that. Yeah, the point to that sound alert is that it's loud enough for me to hear it. It's not so that everybody hears it. to begin with, so it's fine that it's not loud enough that everybody hears it loud and clear the whole time. That's basically a command for people to get my attention. Exactly. Because otherwise it becomes yet another thing people can spam to make a nuisance of themselves, and that's not the point. Might be able to go further this way? Actually, yeah, I can absolutely go further this way, because I just didn't want to deal with the flying things in here. And now that I know super missiles can just pop these nests in one shot, it's not really a big issue. I don't know why I kept saying 3 for you, because it should be higher by now. But then again, as I've always said, trust Twitch to have its entire function and never work as intended. Okay. Missile tank for fusion, which doesn't much matter. Ooh, that matters a lot more. Now I have charge beam. I still have shit range, but at least I have charge beam now. So I have something other than missiles to defend myself with. And we should be able to viably reach that save room. It's just right over here. I don't think charge beam is one of the ones that makes your beam stronger on its own. I think any of the other beam upgrades, though, would make our beam do a little more. For some reason, I thought charge beam gave you longer range in this one, too, but I think this one specifically has, like, a long beam or something like that. That's fine. We will figure it out. Well, I wasn't asking to actually ask. This is me thinking out loud. Grab this. Why are there so many missiles? I don't need those! There is something down here, but I don't think I can get it and come back right now. Oh wait, I can use this Chozo statue to restore the items, though. There we go. Yeah, this is mostly in just because I wanted something that I could mix with Metroid Fusion that would be interesting. So I opted to mix it with this to test how well the randomizer for this worked at the same time. Yes, but I already have missiles, so it's just more missiles. And unfortunately, this is not a world where more missiles are that helpful. Is basically, I now went from having like 20 missiles at any one time to 30, for example. It's kind of a drop in the bucket scenario there, because most of the things I need missiles for in either of these games right now only needs one missile. Or maybe like a couple missiles. So it's not very useful. Like these doors, for example, just one missile and you're through them. We already have the map, so this is useless. Huh. So we're in an awkward spot here a bit. I may actually have to use the hint system soon. So I'm not sure what they want me to do. Like, every randomizer has a clear logic that it intends for you to take a specific path through it using. Not yet. It's just getting awkward at the moment. I don't think I'm out of rooms that I can go to yet. They're just getting worse to get to. Meep, meep. No, we're doing anything but going fast right now. Oh, down here we go then. Yeah, because I can get back out of here. I just don't know if I can get all the way to the thing that's in here. I should be able to. Yeah, because it was just a missile. Right, this is the one, though, that I would need to do extra to get to. This is not actually an item in his hands. The item is behind... Wait. There just isn't an item in here? Wait, no. One of the randomized options is nothing, I think, and I think this one randomized to have nothing. But we can get behind him to that room back there somehow. Powerbomb should have revealed the way there, though. That's weird. Well, we can get more power bombs, so let's just set off another one. All right, ABC. I am confusion. I really... Huh. I could have swore this was the room that got to that item to the immediate left of this. So that is very weird. Unless you, like, drop down on it from the room above, but that... It would be weird. Not impossible, but it would be weird. It does make me really question what the point to that room I was just in was, though. Have to use a power bomb to get back out of here because we don't have regular bombs still. And I'm sure this situation's very confusing to anyone used to this game that's like, but wait, you should have that. It's like, well, no, it's randomized, so I don't have that. Oh, right, this is the one where I was like, I'm not sure I'll be able to get back. I don't have regular bombs, so I can't get that either. Need to time my jump properly here so the block comes back. There we go. Yeah, thankfully these games are very good about preventing soft locks, as demonstrated by the fact that they provided you a way to jump back up out of there. They're not so good at preventing soft locks, though, that I can't end up in a situation like I'm in right now, where both games might genuinely be stuck. Which more than likely means I'm overlooking something. I just don't know what. But at this point, I think it is worth it to me to hint level 2 keycard. Nope, I can't afford the hint. That's what I was afraid of. I don't have enough points because I didn't do enough checks. Because ironically enough, even though we spent more time in Fusion, I think we've actually done more checks in Zero Mission. Let me look. Fresh... no, actually, they've both done more or less the same amount of checks. There's 9 checks done in Zero Mission and 10 done in Fusion. And I need 12 checks in Fusion because of the number of checks that there are in order to be able to get a hint. And I think I need 10 in Zero Mission to get a hint there because I think they both have like 10% requirements. So I can't get a hint in either of them right now. I could go look up how to get to some of these places to shore up my memory a little bit, but I think I'm better off just poking and prodding at it a bit until I figure out what I'm forgetting. And I think there is something I turned away from too soon, like that room with the 2 bomb blocks. I think we can actually squeeze through. it was just gonna be a pain, which is why I chose not to do it. What was stopping me over here? Did I even double check this after we got power bombs? Right, we need to get through that. So yeah, I think that's where I'm supposed to be going right now in logic, is through there to go to Norfair. So I just need to get a power bomb right quick, which I might not get quickly, so I probably should just go back to a Chozo statue. But I don't really want to run there and back again, so I'm going to give them a chance to give me a power bomb. There's a missile, that's closer. That's nothing. There we go. Because thankfully I only need the one power bomb pickup because I don't have very many power bombs. There we go. Yeah, because the rest of this is easy to get across, and then we just go down into Norfair. And we should have a few things we can do here. Save room first, just in case I end up in an awkward spot. I knew there was something I could do, brain doesn't always brain quickly. Pretty sure I can't make this jump. No, I can. But I can't make the jump to go higher. So we're SOL on that idea for the moment. Just a matter of a hop, skip, and a jump, and then being sad that I can't reach that. Because again, if I had bombs, I could bomb jump up to this, but I don't, and I don't have ledge grab to squeeze myself in there. A lot of situations where you have to get creative relative to what you're supposed to be normally doing. Again, that's the fun part of these things. Okay, that gets us back to criteria, but let's see if we can get that item that's underneath here first. Though I don't think we can... Yeah, because when I did this before, I had to bomb jump up into there. So let's go this way, then. So there's gonna be a lot of awkward situations in here, too. So we got this water section over here that we're not gonna be able to do much with. But I think there's a check or two that I can sneakily get up here. Nope, I fucked up. I fucked up real bad, actually. Because we can't really get out of here. Well, that's a shame. That's nothing but a shame. Wait, nope. This is escapable. Again, they thought of it. They allow for a way to get back out. Though, I'm shocked that they made sure there was a way for you to get out of that situation, because how the hell would you get there without morph ball bombs under normal circumstances? Unless this one also modified the pathing, and I didn't know that. Just possible. Oh, right, but I can't get up there without going the other way. Shit. Because one of the things over there on the right activates those blocks that are in the way of our pathing right now. Unless the pathing expects me to go down here? Is technically viable, I guess. This is just shooting to get down into. And it's climbable, so it's not a big deal to get back out of. Nope, that was just an infant Metroid. That's just one of our item requirements. But it is another check. It is technically another check, so we do, I think, have hint capacity now. But I don't think the point that it's trying to make for me is that I would be expected to get a hint now. That would be silly. These aren't built for you to be expected to go for hints. They're built to be completable. Then again, I should have gotten concerned when I couldn't get back out of here. Because unless I do a really high morph ball mid-air, I can't actually get back out of here. So either there's something I'm not understanding about how I'm supposed to get back out of here, or I wasn't supposed to go over here right now. And there's a possibility that a power bomb will solve one of our problems. So I'm gonna quickly try to grab one. Oh, that's right, you can do like a fake screw attack with a charge beam. Charge. That is a thing you can do. Does that do anything for me here, though? I mean, aside from allowing me to clear these guys in a different way. Which is not, like, particularly helpful. Yeah, I'm not even sure power bombs are gonna help me here, but I just need to see if anything comes of that before I just reset the core and go back to the save point. So I think at least one of these randos has like press LR and something else on the pause screen, and you can go back to the last save point. Though I think that was the other fusion rando that I had done, and that allowed me to do that. Which, let me tell you, if you ever design a randomizer, always design a feature like that just to make sure that people can get out of situations instead of expecting them to, like, restart the emulator or anything, just as a convenience feature. Like, obviously, in part, it's a good thing that you have to do those restarts because it helps teach you not to do that. But it's just inconvenient, you know? Quality of life and everything. Obviously, these are early enough on that quality of life isn't the priority yet. Making them function is higher priority. Really not doing well on the getting what I need there. The good news is I technically don't have to reboot the game. I could just stand in the lava for a minute. And all we got was an infant Metroid to send to Fusion, so I don't particularly care about losing that. But I would just really like to get a power bomb just in case there is a viable path I can force to exist using one. Just these guys are doing a real bad job of dropping any right now. And I believe that this game lets anything drop anything. It's not a case of like, oh yeah, these guys have this drop table, these guys have that drop table, or anything that I know of. So right now, it's really feeling like they can't drop power bombs, though power bombs are the rarest drops. Ordinarily, like, I think they are the least likely thing to appear out of the things enemies can drop for you. With health being the most likely. And then missiles, super missiles, etc. And they really just don't want to give me any power bombs at all. Come on, one of you has to drop one. Your species is going to cease to exist if you don't give me a goddamn power bomb. Because you see, you end up transitioning from me being patient to me being spiteful to keep this going. Because now I'm just annoyed. but I also can't go anywhere to get power bombs otherwise, because these are the only enemies that spawn within places we can get to right now. The alternative being, though, that I go back to the save point and then try to retain a power bomb over here. But I presume we ended up having to use one to get here. And I think when we saved, we only had one. So I'd still have to go get another one anyway. We would be much the same scenario either way, just with slightly different options for getting said power bomb. Starting to really think these guys can't drop them, though. Oh, rando pains, rando pains. It's like, no matter which way I try to go right now, I have a very similar problem of I have to do a weird mid-air morph ball to try to get somewhere. And both of which are not really within my reach. So I feel like even in randomizer logic, I'm probably intended to have morph ball bomb by the time I get here, or ledge grab. So I'm pretty sure I'm doing things I'm not supposed to be again. Which is why we're having as much of a problem as we are. Is generally, as I mentioned before, these are good enough to not put you in a position where you have to do anything outside of normal gameplay, unless you have a setting on that makes that necessary. Which is usually something more refined randomizers have a setting for, so this may very well be expecting some level of tricks, even on normal logic. That is a possibility. Which is another reason why I'm testing this for viability, is how much does it ask of you to be able to do something. And considering it was expecting me to do ball sparking to get the morph ball for fusion, there's a world in which the logic is kind of nasty. But that's also the risk with early randomizers, is they have, I don't want to use the word rudimentary logic, but that's the easiest way to term it. Even though that's unfair to how they do these things, because it's genuinely impressive how they make these things work. But it doesn't have a lot of safety rails on it yet, in a lot of cases with earlier randomizers. That's 2 different super missile drops so far, so maybe I'll get a power bomb soon? Huh? Huh? It'd be a hell of a thing if I just missed the power bomb dropping as I start just autopiloting too hard. I say that totally because it has never happened to me ever at all. Nope. I've never missed a vitally important drop because of the fact that I was running back and forth through the doors too fast. No, I've never done that. That's just silly. Yeah. Yeah. Power bomb, there we go. Now, is there anything over here that a power bomb would help me with? It helps me by showing me that I could speed boost through there. Thanks, game. Love that for me. That doesn't help. And in here... nothing. Okay, to the lava with us then. Unless I want to try to get another power bomb to try to test up above. Which is what I was initially planning to test, and I thought, like, well, maybe there's a way to go back, though, and then I can easily get more power bombs and repeat the process, etc. So we'll try, like, twice to get one more set. But if I don't get one after this set here, then we just die and go elsewhere. Alright. I don't know why I picked up the health when I'm just gonna stand here in the lava. Dum de dum de dum dum dee 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 die. Okay, so we learned pushing our way to criteria is not viable. And we've learned that going this way is not especially viable either. I suppose we can try our power bomb here and see if it does something for us. Ah, it does something. It kills me. Wonderful. Like, it didn't directly kill me, but you get the idea. Another reason why I'm kind of leery about doing core resets and such to restart this is I know Archipelago can sometimes be weird with that. Then we're gonna go ahead and just hop in. Actually, I can try getting items from these guys. These guys are usually a little bit better about dropping things like that, right there. Because there's an area underneath here, too. Okay, you don't access it from here, I guess. So how do you access that room underneath? No, not down there either. Oh, the excitement. Arguably, it'd be faster to die. What I should do, though, is once I have 2 power bombs again, save with 2 power bombs, so then it actually becomes faster to do that. Instead of just going back to 1 power bomb over and over again. One of these will eventually give me what I want. I really need to be able to just get into the right part of Sector Aqua so I can get my damn Morph Ball for fusion. As soon as I have that, I'm not kidding about that, like, cracking the game wide open. Did we pick up power bomb data for fusion or no? Because even if we didn't, I can squeeze into more places once we have Morph Ball anyway, so it does a few things for us. It wouldn't do as much if I don't have even like any kind of bomb, which I know I don't have regular bombs. So that aspect is still in trouble. There we go. Let's save with these 2. Thing is, we already set off a bomb over on the other side, so we know we can't get lower over there. I think we might just genuinely have nothing we can do here right now, which really sucks. But let's see if I have enough to hint in Zero Mission. Okay, so our Morph Ball bomb is in Sector 5 mini fridge. So maybe I can get there? And I just don't know what room that is? Is the problem with the hint system? Hey there, Callista, how's it going? The problem with the hint system is it doesn't tell you if you can reach that, it just tells you, hey, the item's there. This is where you need to go to get the thing. But I guess let's flip back to Fusion and see if we can actually find a way to make that happen. I doubt it, but I'm willing to give it a go just to change our scenery a bit here. Okay, so let's poke and prod at Area 5. Though, no, we can't go in through the front door to get into Sector 5, though. Which means we either need to go back through the Sector 3 door we've gone through before, or we need to get through there through Sector 4. And to get there through Sector 4, we cannot. Because the only way to get to the Sector 5 door in Sector 4 is through the red doors, which we have no access to because we haven't opened the level 4 locks. And I have no idea where my level 4 keycard is, which replaces the security stations. I assume all of these room names are actually, like, official room names as well. I'm sorry to hear that, Callista. I don't really have much else to say other than that, because that's, you know, it's just one of those unfortunate situations, but I can't really come up with anything to turn that towards a positive, unfortunately. Just hopefully the next time you go there, you'll be able to get it sorted. Assuming you didn't manage to do a follow-up to turn in the documentation you needed to already or not. Get to the right part of Sector 4, we could get... Understandable. Hopefully, listening to me try to break through this will help you feel better, and you can find something to release some frustration out on. There's gotta be a path I can take. I just don't know where that path is yet. Because we've already proven we can't go in through the front door 4. That's already been, like, guaranteed. But we also can't go in through the front door 5. I'm just running back and forth between these to illustrate the point. Is, for those who missed it, the doors to 5 are all yellow doors that we cannot open without opening the level 3 lock, which requires the level 3 key, just like the level 4 key, which we don't have. You can see that all of them are still locked in the upper right there. So part of me's wondering if there's actually a situation where they expect me to run through the water down there in the lower right section of Sector 5, like we had started to do, in order to get to one of those rooms over there. Though the room name Mini Fridge implies it's a cold room, which we can't necessarily go into. Does it know what room this is? Yes, fandom, fuck off. I'm trying to just look at the information you have. I don't care about your thousands of complaints about me having an ad block. As it turns out, I could not give a damn. Give me the room list for Sector 5. Are any of these actually labeled the same? Nope. None of these say mini fridge at all. So I probably can't look up the room. Is the way they label it is not the same. Ah, I know what a cargo is now, though, which helps me figure out how to get to my... You're good. I understand that you needed to get that off your chest. Yeah, now I have context for what aquarium cargo storage is in Sector 4, which helps me determine where I need to go there to get my morph ball. But I'm still pretty confident I can't get there. Okay, I fully understand how it is when you've had a bad day. And I did ask, so it's only fair that you give me an honest answer when I ask that question. Like, I have a sneaking suspicion that the mini fridge room is like that one... I think you guys can see my cursor. No, you can't. But see the one, like, one room down and right of the K symbol? It might be a room like that. It might be the room underneath the recharge room on the right next to where we fell down the shaft. I'm assuming it's one of the one-tile rooms, because why else would it be called mini fridge? It's probably like a cold room that's just one tile. Problem is, I don't remember which ones of these are cold rooms, either. The only things we know for sure is that it's in Sector 5, and that our morph ball's in Sector 4. Those are the only two things we have guaranteed knowledge of right now. But I can try to do something stupid. Well, something somewhat stupid. On the scale of bad ideas I've ever had, this is not the worst idea I've ever had. Oh, right. I can't screw attack down here, so I have to shoot my way through here. Which is still fine, but it's not ideal. Also, we don't have morph ball, so we can't go there. We have to go down. And we can't go down because all I can do is freeze them. That's what I was afraid of. This was, in fact, a stupid idea. That doesn't go anywhere yet. Oh, it was worth a check, though, at least. Because I remembered that we hadn't looked down in the shock sections here, and something I learned when I was testing this before is the screw attack can kill these like expanding fish dudes that are in here, but we don't have an angle to be able to screw attack into them, so we can't actually do anything with that information in a meaningful way here. It's weird that we can break this with a screw attack, but specifically, we can't screw attack through these bombable blocks. It's very weird. Like, that tells that they specifically coded some of these bombable blocks to be breakable with that, to give you alternative pathing. Them being, presumably, the randomizer dev. So that's very interesting. Supremely unhelpful, but very interesting. Like, it would be absolutely helpful in other situations, just not this one right now. And I tried to get into Sector 4 via Sector 6 already, right? Yeah, because the Sector 5 to 6 door is blocked by yellow doors. I think I need, like, Morph Ball or something to get through this doorway. I'm pretty sure I checked this already, but just bear with me when I check it again, because I don't remember. I feel like I'm 90% sure that we had gotten stuck here somehow. But just in case I have something that allows me to get there now. Right, yeah, this was the immediate you need Morph Ball situation. That's what I thought that one was. And I can't get to those power bombs from here. And I'm pretty sure I need Morph Ball to get to them from the other end. Yeah. Is there something I'm forgetting that I can use ice missiles to climb up to? Well, actually, technically there's something I can do with ice missiles. But no, I need the green key to get there. Because you can climb up to where the A is, because there are, like, big lizard head things that stick out along the edges there. I could climb up using them. Because I can freeze them, but that doesn't help us. I did say I would get these two checks over here if I ran out of ideas. So we might be in a position where I have to do that. The reason why I didn't want to do that is because I have to warp back out of there, is there's no in-logic way for me to get back out. And those two checks might be completely useless. Like, both of them may very well be something that doesn't help us at all. Like more missiles or more energy tanks or something. That said, there are a few things left on the table that would be very helpful that they could be. Like, they could be space jump for either game, they could be high jump for either game. We don't know where our bombs or power bombs for fusion are, so they could be that. We know for a fact it isn't Morph Ball for either game, as we have Morph Ball for Zero Mission, and we know where Morph Ball for this is. Much as I kind of wish we didn't know where that was, if I'm honest. Just so I'd have more hope of getting it at this rate, but, you know, it is what it is. Again, this is why this is just a test run, not a I'm going to definitely complete this run. Because we may very well hit a point where I genuinely just can't make progress with my skill level. Or slash the situation at hand. Oh yeah, we didn't go this way. And this is a viable path to take. But I don't think this goes to anything that will help us. Oh wait, no, I can go down in here. Just missiles, huh? Oh, there's a second check in here, though. Hello! Speed booster for Zero Mission. Okay, hang on. We might be onto something here. I can also wall jump my way through here. And I think there's something to be had up here. Yes, but I have to come at it from the other end. Oh, right. Yeah, I can go through the shaft there, but it's useless. Right. I think they widened the tunnel coming out of there or something when they modified the pathing. I'll show you what I mean, because I'm sure what I'm jabbering about is not making sense right now. Good night, ABC. is if we come up here and blast the air vent here open, which ordinarily you have to do when all the elevators get shut off. Oh, I blasted it off of there already, but we just hop in here. You end up going down this, through this wall, through this idiot, and then you drop down to where we just were. So it is actually completely unnecessary to break the hatch open with the modifications that happened. You just get those 2 checks by going this way. But I could have had speed booster for Zero Mission already if I had just done that. And this is the area I was talking about that I'll get stuck in. It's a lot of morph ball requirements. The boss fight's right over there. But just to prove the point I'm talking about, and besides, I can't leave now anyway, we'll go ahead and get the checks. Hey, what do you know? It's almost like I predicted that these weren't going to be anything that are going to help me. So the boss himself also has a check, so maybe this will be something good. But you'll notice the only ways out of this room are morph ball full spots. I could try much harder to fight this guy, but honestly, it doesn't matter. We also have super missiles, which make him a joke. What's he give? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. You know what? I don't feel bad about cheating to get this then, because it's literally nothing. That is such a fucking shame. The only thing we got that was relevant was the speed booster. And that we got fair play, aside from the fact that we wouldn't be able to get back out of there. The good news is we have speed booster for Zero Mission, which brings a couple things into viability, but only a couple. At least a couple that I know of. But since we don't have jumping for our morph ball, I don't think we can make use of it as much as I otherwise could. As far as I understand how ball sparking works, which is shine sparking with the morph ball, you have to have jump ball in order to do the input you would need to do a ball spark. Which makes that just not viable right now until we get jump ball. Which I don't think we have enough hint credit to get a hint for that, because we are literally at 10% on Zero Mission. We now have enough checks to get a hint for fusion, but I think we spent that already. Yeah, we spent that already getting the hint for where our morph ball was, as I think. Or was the morph ball from... Oh no, I hinted for my level 2 key card, but couldn't afford it. So yeah, we actually have a hint for here. I probably should hint for one of the key cards. So we'll do the hint I tried to do before. Oh! Oh! Oh no. So we aren't getting that anytime soon. We actually need level 3 before we can get level 2. You see that one yellow door that's on this floor? The only yellow door on this floor? That's where our level 2 keycard is. It's in the room behind it. It's in the Sub-Zero containment. Ooh, that sucks. That sucks so much. That means we ain't seeing that for a while, probably. Oh, that is bad news for me. Hmm. Is you can ignore all these checks over here on the right. All 5 of those checks have been done. They're just not shown properly as done because we had to warp away. So we can just ignore that entire section of the map, because we can't get down here either because we need red access to get down into there. I think there's another way to get in there, but I don't think we can do that right now either. Right, because you get in through Sector 2 ordinarily in order to access there the first time. And that's also where you get space jump to come back up out of there. Which, there's still a lot we haven't done in Sector 2. And I'm really wondering if I was better off trying to hint for level 1 keycard access or something. I wonder if any of the other nav rooms have activated at this point, because that's another thing we could try, is like checking all the nav rooms again and see if there's any information we can get to try to give me some guidance here. Nope, that one's not active. I'm pretty sure part of the problem is these nav rooms are like sequence locked, and since we are by default out of sequence because of the fact that we spawn in the sector hub, I think I need to trigger the flags by having certain pieces of data instead, and I don't. So I don't think any of the nav rooms are active. Other than the ones we already activated that told us things that don't help us. Is to take stock of the other hints we have. We know where super missiles are for fusion, which we already have. And actually that was the only other hint piece that we got, is the super missiles, because we know we already talked about bomb, we talked about morph ball, we talked about level 2 keycard now. I'm gonna pop my head back in here, though. So I feel like I'm forgetting something in here. It's bugging me. So I feel like there was something I had done in here last night.
Let me in. Let me in.
That's about how I feel about all these doors right about now. Life has many doors, and I'm not allowed in any of them. True. Bing bong is love. Bing bong is life. Bing bong is not here to save me, however. So I can't go down there, because all we do is drop down and realize I need morph ball and get sad again. See, Bing bong could fit through these passages. Does that mean Bing Bong is stronger than Samus? I don't know what to do with that information. It's like I could use all these climbing enemies for platforms, but it wouldn't help us at all. But that does give me ideas that I don't think will help us at all, but I might test those ideas. No, there's no enemies in the security room, so I can't use that information in there. And the problem is I need to get across this gap in order to use the screw attack to break through those blocks, and we cannot make that jump right now. Because we don't have enough room for a speed boost. Like, you'll notice it's close, but not quite. Like, I think even if I'm, like, the last pixel here, I don't think it works. Nope, and I fell down here again. God damn it. Hey, look, it's my missiles again. Hooray. So I think those were actually zero mission missiles that we'd gotten from here before. Yeah, and I'm no good at single wall jumping, so I have to warp out of here, unfortunately. Which is why I was trying to avoid falling. Because now I've got to walk back. So based on the fact we couldn't get anywhere over there, I think it might be a waste of my time to run back, but I'm verifying things. What was wrong with Sector 1 access from here? We dead-ended it out immediately. But why? Because this would be after I'd gotten after I'd gotten Screw Attack. Right. Same problem as everywhere else. I don't have Morph Ball. Right. Okay. That at least solves that mystery. We already checked back in over here. Proved we can't go anywhere there. Leaving our only play to go over here. Real shame that we can't just break doors down with the Screw Attack like the X-Parasite version of our suit can. Wouldn't that be convenient? Just being able to rip doors down by slamming our body into them. Can I do anything here? Actually, wait. Does this work? I don't think it will. But I need to do something for science here. No, we lose the speed boost as soon as we get in here, and I don't think you can retain a Shine Spark from one room to the next. I'm pretty sure you lose... Oh, wait. Hang on. Damn it. Okay, that could have worked if there wasn't Screw Attack blocks up there. Okay, so that's absolutely not possible right now. We need Gravity Suit to get up there. Another thing I probably would have been better off hinting for, but it's fine. Okay, so now we can guarantee that we can't go up through there until we have Gravity Suit. Because without Gravity Suit, Screw Attack just doesn't work underwater at all. But I did learn that Shine Spark can carries over from room to room, which I didn't remember. I don't think that that's information I can really use at the moment in any meaningful way, but it's good information for the future. What to do. Like right now we're basically making like single item hops, which kind of sucks. Because right now, the entire exchange we made after we swapped off of Zero Mission, going back to Fusion, basically just is me putting the speed booster into existence. And it's in Zero Mission again. Which helps, don't get me wrong. That's good. But it doesn't solve the problem that we had. And there's your reminder about how Archipelago works. In case anybody forgot or didn't know. This way, I sound slightly less unhinged as I'm describing items existing in one game because I found it in the other game. The good news is this is at least proving to be a massive success as far as testing to make sure this works. It's just also a ignominious failure as far as progress goes so far. Yeah, because this is another single tile path. That's why we don't go that way. Ah. The thing that's bugging me is I still feel like we got ice missiles for nothing. Like, I've done nothing with them. So what did they intend for me to use ice missiles for? Because everything you get in a randomizer you get for a reason. There's a check that they expect you to go get using that item. And I can't think of any that I got using a different item than I was supposed to. So what does that mean for me? I also don't remember why we got stuck when I was walking in the lower path down there in the bottom right of Sector 5 when we got there from Sector 3. I genuinely don't remember at this point, so I may have to go put myself in that position again just to make sure that there's not something I misunderstood or something I forgot. So bear with me a moment if I end up wasting time by doing this, which is highly likely. But again, nature of randomizers and everything. Actually, oh no, we already proved that going up there's useless because it's a single tile hall. I was gonna say I could manipulate these guys into a position where I can use them as a platform, but that won't help anything. And that doesn't really help with the access hall over there. Does that do anything for me here? Technically, yes, but not really, because I could just wall jump my way up through here. Wait a minute. What about over here? I didn't go over here, did I? And this just needs speed booster. Hang on. I might have caught something I've overlooked. This might be the key to everything. This might also be completely pointless. Really depends on if there's any checks over here, which there's this, but I can't get it because I don't have Morph Ball. Ah! You know, that actually felt real good, just flying down like that and just destroying everything in my path. Yeah, I don't think this is something they wanted me to do yet, because this needs power bombs, which also needs Morph Ball, and up there needs Morph Ball. Or we drop down and use the green key, which we know we can't get before we have the yellow key. So yeah, we have to warp out again, because I can't get back either. Because I would have to be able to go back up through that speed booster spot, and I can't really do that. Fire might still be the answer to our problems. Just not that angle of fire. But at least we did something. Like, I feel good having at least gotten to a room I hadn't been in yet today. It's always nice when you manage to touch a new room. What was the problem here? Right. We can do this now, because we didn't have speed booster when we were over here before. Though we can't do a lot with that information other than go down in here. Get this item, potentially. which is just missiles. Love that for me. But it's another check. So it puts us closer to getting another hint. And I could hop up here, but it would do literally nothing because we can't get to that bomb spot because we don't have morph ball. So I just need to quickly get a run up and throw myself through that gap to get back out of here. Which that's at least viable to go back and forth doing. So I think that's all we ended up doing by going back to Pyres. We got ourselves one check, but let's try that at Sector 5 path again now that we've checked everything else in here. But this is going to be the hot zone again. Which is why I'm not convinced that this is in logic, because usually unless you specifically volunteer for firewalks and things like that in your logic, these usually aren't a thing. Again, the logic in this is not fine-tunable yet, so it's possible that that's a thing they actually do expect me to do. Also gonna double check up here, because I'm getting a weird feeling in my brain about that spot for some reason. The wrong set of buttons. One moment. God damn it, not enough distance. Yeah, because the item is just right up there. The problem was I couldn't get up through that hole. Right. There's not enough distance for speed boost because this blocks here specifically to stop that. I don't think I can... Hang on, I'm gonna try something stupid here. I need to see if they'll let me do this. Yeah, I can't keep the Shine Spark long enough. What I was gonna do is wall jump my way up and then diagonal Shine Spark right up here somewhere, so I can throw myself up that wall to get up to where I was going. It was gonna be a hell of a long shot, but it would have been cool if it worked. Also, it's just a missile expansion anyway, so it's useless to me. So it doesn't matter if I get that ever, other than it would be another check. And we know we can't get that up there because we don't have Morph Ball, so we can't fit in there to get that check. This is not breakable. If the path to that data room was break-openable, we would have solved all this a while ago. Not that I'm guaranteeing that that data room has anything incredible in it, but it would have something. Because they seem to have put a lot of decent things in the data rooms. Which makes sense, because the data rooms are very important and usually reasonably tricky to get to. So if there was ever a place to put good items, it would be those. Especially since it kind of keeps the original theming a little bit and the original pathing somewhat intact. Just a remixed way of going about those same paths. Real shame that none of these guys are dropping red parasites for me to fully heal off of. Because I want to have more health before I go down there. Since we know everything down there hurts like a bastard. Because the big problem is going to be those water pirates. And I know that sounds like a weird sentence saying water pirates. Because, you know, pirates are ordinarily found by the water, as it turns out. But these are space pirates that are converted for swimming. Or at the very least, they look like they're the same species as the space pirates. So that's why I call them that. Nope, that plan didn't work either. I wouldn't have been able to fit in there either way. Would have been real nice to get that red parasite. Right, I need speed booster here, which means I need gravity suit, because I can't speed boost underwater without it. Oh, there was another pirate off screen. There's still a chance that I might have been able to climb up in that area. I know that sounds wild because it is kind of a long shot, but we're kind of down to long shots at this point. Just, at least within my capacity and my knowledge, I feel like I'm down to long shots. Now, we did lose getting the missile expansion down there, but I really can't be bothered. God damn it. All because I wanted to get the parasite to try to get some health back. I ended up losing more health. Which, you know, such is the way of things most of the time. We didn't come out of that terribly, though. These guys also hit really hard. Why are they not dropping any red parasites? The big guys are supposed to drop them. I've seen them do it. They just don't want to right now. They don't want to be helpful. But you know, understandable, I'm their enemy. Why would they want to help their enemy? But it'd be nice. I'm losing as much health as I'm gaining, though, when I botch these attacks, sometimes. But I don't really want to use missiles, because what that leads to is them spawning more green parasites. Or at least theoretically, that's what's supposed to happen. Yep, there's a green. There's the red. Okay, now we're good. Gotta be real careful down here. I think turning him to a fish actually made him weaker, because he opted to charge instead of shooting me. That's how we get up here. Now, the question becomes, is there actually a reason for me to have climbed up here? I feel like this might be the check they expected you to get with ice missiles. Need speed booster for that, so we can't get in there yet. I don't think I can get enough height to do anything here, though. Because I can't freeze these guys, but I can let them spawn other enemies. Which doesn't work because they just fly up there, though. This might be a frame-perfect wall jump. I'm not convinced of that, though. So I think this might actually have done nothing for us. Is this speed booster wall here just leads to Nightmare, which we don't want to fight right now because we're in no condition to fight him. The item above might be something. Very big key point there of might, though. Can I turn screw attack off? I can. There's a possibility here, then. So I think it's easier to get a wall jump in this position than it is in the other position. And I swear I saw the frame for it for a second. Well, obviously I would have only seen the frame for it for, well, a frame, but you get the point. There may be a specific configuration of this that will work. And I know what I'm doing may not be the most exciting thing in the world, but I'm, like I said, running out of ideas. I might actually want to break the one that's over there and try to go that way. Like, only break the left-hand one. Because I am better at wall jumping off the right-hand wall, I've noticed. That's just a thing for me, apparently. Though, in this case, it's not working. And these guys can't be frozen, so I think we're actually hooped on this idea. I think this was a pointless endeavor, unfortunately. Huh. So all of that was for naught. Like, all this accomplished was proving that I can do it. Which is wonderful, but not altogether helpful. If this just was anything other than Speed Booster, I could get through here. Well, not anything. Bombs would also be a problem. As it stands, we might be up the creek without a paddle here. In this case, quite literally. Yeah, second missile kills them. I almost had them arranged appropriately to do what I needed to do. I'm gonna try that a couple times, because really we're just gonna end up dying down here more than likely anyway. I put him too high. No, I need that. You're fishy fishy. Right, the spot up there's only one tile anyway, so it doesn't matter. All of this was, in fact, for nothing. Kill me. Okay, so that doesn't help. like 7 layers of shenanigans and we still didn't accomplish anything with that. Like, there's gotta be like a weird backdoor path into here that I'm not thinking of, or something. That's supposed to get me into Sector 4. Get my Morph Ball. Problem is, one of two things has to be true based on my current understanding and knowledge of our situation. My Morph Ball might be behind my gravity suit, because I would need to use gravity suit to get to the Sector 4 door, which is where I was trying to get to there, or to either of any of the checks here. I would have been happy with that too. Or we cycle back around to Sector 4. Well, again, it would be behind gravity suit because I'd have to climb up through the tube down there in from Sector 2. Or mystery answer C. The seed is broken and actually expects me to get to Morph Ball using Morph Ball, which is not physically possible. Because the only access point we have through 6 or through the front door both require Morph Ball already, because you need Morph Ball bombs for the front door and Morph Ball itself to get through the path from 6. Well, I guess Mr. Answer D is, it may also be relying on level 4 keycard. Because it may be in one of the ones that's blocked by a red door as well. Though technically you can get around most of the red doors, as long as you have access to all of the other pathways. So for all I know, Kago storage is that one behind the blue door all the way over there, and I need level 1 on access to get in there. I don't know. Like, that's the problem here, is I don't have sufficient knowledge to fix this so far. So I think our play at this point is I have to go back to Zero Mission and try to make use of Speed Booster somewhere to fix this. I tried all the clever ideas I could come up with in Fusion at this point. And I'm betting there is still a path I did not notice. Like a path using ice missiles somewhere. Armed with Speed Booster, though. Is there anything down here I can do with Speed Booster? Because we're in a very similar position to the position I was stuck in last night now that I have Speed Booster. And I guess I could do that, but that doesn't really help me much. I could, like, Shine Spark through this room if I just Shine Spark properly. Because that is one thing I can do now that I have Speed Booster, is I can Shine Spark around a bit. Within my ability to Shine Spark. And my unfortunate lack of knowledge of the layout of some of these rooms, like what we're having a problem with right now, where I'm slamming my head into the ceiling repeatedly. Nope, I can't make that jump, so I have to Shine Spark in such a way that I land up there. I feel like that's not in logic for me to do that, but I'm gonna do that because it gets me access to more area. I just have to land very precisely to make this happen, so bear with me a second while I end up jumping and smacking my head into the ceiling, jumping and smacking my head into the ceiling. Damn it. Keep getting so close and then not making it. It is very precise what I'm trying to do here. Like, to the point where if I was doing this sensibly, I'd be counting the blocks. So I knew which block to launch from, instead of just going on instinct like I'm currently doing. Wait. Is that a speed booster wall there? Do I just, like, break through that wall? Because that would solve all of my problems. And I may just be a little stupid today. And apparently I didn't run far enough. God damn it. But if part of that wall breaks, presumably most of that wall breaks. So that may be exactly what I'm supposed to do. And I'm just... yeah, I'm being silly. Okay, that's what I thought. I was just being way more showy than I needed to be. But on the bright side, that gets us into Norfair a little further, which may very well open things up. But going down, can I go down? That needs speed booster, this needs screw attack. And our fake screw attack from charge beam doesn't work. But we can speed boost over there, so maybe it'll be good enough. I just need to do it from far enough away. And be careful not to speed boost across the platforms there, because I'm pretty sure that all breaks. God damn it. I think the speed booster... oh no, this doesn't break. I think the speed booster does take longer to charge in this one. Problem is, we will have a lot of trouble getting back out of here. So if this ends up being a wrong answer, we're gonna be in trouble. Oh wait, no, this is a super missile door. Ow pain, ow misery, ow woe. Game over, yeah. Considering the amount of health we have here in Zero Mission, I don't think we're supposed to run through that room. I'm pretty confident they don't expect me to do that currently. If they do, that's honestly very shocking. There is that item higher up in the room over here, though, that maybe we're supposed to go get. There's an item higher up in here, apparently. Oh, it's on the other side of this, though. Okay. It's up on that... it's just a fucking missile expansion. God damn it. Or is it? No, that is that. That is the missile expansion. I am decidedly uninterested. But I'm gonna try to do something stupid. Mostly just because I can. But I need to do it at the right distance. And that was why I needed to be at the right distance, because otherwise I'm gonna do it wrong and just slam right into the wall there. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. And I will jump up there, though. I need to get rid of that thing, because otherwise it's going to distract me just enough that this is going to be way harder than it needs to be. Why am I doing such a bad job of wall jumping right here? It's not a hard jump. Come on. Hands, please. I've proven that I can wall jump in this game. I had it. Now the ceiling there gets in the way of wall jumping up to here, though. Okay, so let's try going back down the hole and go further down then and see if there's something we can make of that idea then, I guess. So I think I need to speed boost down through the hole there. Which is, again, going to make it really tricky getting back out. Missile expansion there. A whole lot of just bad in here. Fuck's sake. You ever get the feeling these games have too many missile expansions? Everything I'm finding is goddamn missile expansions. Can't go this way. Ain't necessarily. Yeah, no, I have to jump around in there and I can't. I really would have expected this to have sent me to fight more bosses by now, if nothing else. Oh, we also can't proceed from here. Because I'm pretty sure these are also speed booster spots, and obviously, you know, there's a problem with that idea. Just in case. Yep. 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 We're fucked. Okay, so this path is non-viable. This path doesn't help. So, viable plays from here would theoretically be to go up, but I would have to brute force that real hard, so I don't think that's a viable path right now. I don't think that's a path they want me taking. I just sit and think in the brain soup here for a moment. Yeah, at the very least, I think we're better off backtracking to where we were before then. Because it doesn't seem like anywhere from Norfair is leading us anywhere good. Criteria is a theoretical, but I don't think that that's correct either. In a wacky idea, I could end up going for that one item that's in the ceiling. Not far from here. But all that would do is get us another missile expansion for one of the two games. So it's not like it's going to change our situation. It's just, hey, I could go get that just to have another check. Is it... In a very goofy way of going about it, I could just shine spark to it. Which is super extra, but, you know, it's an idea. What was stopping me up here? Oh yeah, I couldn't go high enough to go to the upper left. And we still don't have ice in this world. We only have ice in the other world. And I'm pretty sure I would hit the wall too soon if I tried to, like, diagonal shine spark to that. And what was stopping us in here? I think this was something that I didn't think I would fit through. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't do this without being able to Bounce with the morph ball. Yeah, so that was a waste of a power bomb. I was just double checking to make sure it didn't open more of the tunnel up. But I have to get to the top tube in there anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. And everything is higher up in there, so that's not viable. We can't get the Torian. Does Speed Booster get me to anything in Kraid? I don't think so. Like, I feel bad because this is dead ending harder and faster than I thought it would. And it really is just because of a lack of knowledge on my part. This is absolutely working how I intended it to a certain degree, though, because it is proving that these are viable randomizers to use. I just probably shouldn't use them both at the same time, barring having other things to potentially put their checks into to be able to unsoft lock them in one way or another. Is there even enough room to do what I'm thinking about doing here? No, I think I would need to build up speed up here, and I don't even know if I can do that here either. No, because I blew up the floor already. Still don't know how to get the thing above me here either. Because it looks like there's a gap there, except there isn't, because you'll notice the shot hits something there. Something like blow our way into over here? No. And I can't even say, oh yeah, we'll shine spark up to criteria, because that doesn't work either. I don't get it. Like, there's clearly gotta be something I'm doing wrong, right? I can't imagine that both these seeds are unwinnable. That just would be absurd. Do I have enough checks to hint either of them? Nope, sure don't. At least I'm pretty sure I don't. Sir, cease bullying Samus. The world is doing that well enough already. Like, my other play would be to pull up, like, a tracker map of some kind and see if there's checks I'm forgetting about. But I don't really know if that will do enough to matter at this point. Because as I said, I was only really gonna toy around with this for like 4 hours anyway, so more than likely we'll be stopping here soon-ish. And I'll just accept the fact that I've hit a roadblock. Because this was never meant to be a completed seed, like I said. But it just bugs me that I've gotten this little done. I feel like I should be able to get more than this done. And maybe that's just pride talking. Oh, you know? Oh god, dying. Get off of me. I'm literally stuck, I can't hit them. They were in a position where I literally could not hit them. I would have had to have, like, morph balled and power bombed to get out of that situation. But what I realized is I might be able to speed booster run across that area. We might actually have something. Is the reason why I fell is because I stopped. So perhaps I can just fly through that section. Maybe that's something. I don't know if it's something, but maybe it is. At the very least, can't hurt to try, and it does feel like it's designed for that. I needed to have jumped, though. Unfortunately, it's just more missiles. God, this seed sucks. I'm kind of glad we're not going to be worrying about finishing this seed, honestly. I jumped way too early that time now. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Send help. Yeah, we're so dead. We're not dead, but we may as well be dead. Fuck's sake. Running, jump! Yeah, now the worst thing is I have to burn a power bomb to get out of here. Oh, I can't because it's speed booster blocks, right. So actually, I've soft blocked myself to death anyway. Because all I can do is go there and die. So hooray for a missile expansion that just leads to my death. Okay, so that's not helpful. That check could have made or broke things, but all it did was do nothing. But that is still technically another check. That is 12 checks out of all of the checks we could do. God, we just ended up with such a garbage seed. It's like, I had space jump and high jump and all kinds of other good stuff in the test seed. It was nice. I even had plasma beam and wave beam in fusion by now. But instead in this world, I've just got missiles and missiles. Did I mention I had missiles? Because I have more missiles. I have missiles that can fire out of my missiles to missile while I missile. Just fire a missile out of my foot and call it mistletoe. I don't fucking know. Because if I drop all the way down here, I'm pretty sure we're hosed. No, we didn't check over here. Oh, we did check over here, and we realized we couldn't do that. And getting out of here is a nightmare. So I'm pretty sure we're just gonna have to die again. Because there's only the map room. I mean, for shits and giggles, does it work if I powerbomb these? Nope, sure doesn't. So you need to be able to bomb those to activate them. So fucking specific, you know? It's a real shame one Samus can't hand stuff over to the other, because if I could just pass those ice missiles over right about now, we'd also have a solution to our problems. But we know that that map room is useless. Unless I do like a real nasty set of wall jumps in here. Which apparently I can't even wall jump off this block. I feel like I should be able to. But even if I did, I'm just gonna get hit and knocked back down anyway, probably. Then again, I wall jumped higher than this because I wall jumped in this nonsense. Well, then again, it wasn't higher. Or actually. And there I go, getting in there again and just getting knocked back out of it. It'd be a lot easier to do without the hole in the floor if I'm gonna try to do that stupid nonsense again. Even super missiles just bounce off those guys. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure even if I manage to get another wall jump going, all I'm gonna do is just get hit by these guys. Yeah, and you can't keep wall jumping when you're getting hit, so it just doesn't matter. And if I jump off of any of those platforms, all I do is hit my head. Just get me out of there. Wait. Hold up. Fuck's sake. Every time I feel like there's hope, I just find another fucking missile expansion or an energy tank. God, why? Every time. Every single goddamn time there's hope, it gets dashed again. Like, that's simultaneously the fun thing and the incredibly frustrating thing about a randomizer is you never know what you're gonna find around the next corner. And so many times it's like, yes, 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 damn it. Well, maybe over here, hallelujah. And then, you know, you keep going back and forth like that. This time it's just been damn it, 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 damn it. Damn it, 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 damn it. The whole time. Like, there's gotta be something else I'm overlooking, right? Something in one of these two games that I'm overlooking or not understanding how to do. That just has to be the case. Again, assuming that these don't create unwinnable seeds. Which I feel like is not true because they would not be... I don't think they would even be in the playable list if they created unwinnable seeds. Done this jump before, I'm kind of in shambles at this point. There we go. Fuck's sake. Immediately wasted it. Let's go get our power bombs back. Not really sure what to do. Like, the worst thing is there's so many items visible to us on the map, and I can't get any of them. Like, as far as I can figure out how to do, I can't get to any of them. And again, that might be the problem, is I can't figure it out. I might be the problem. In fact, I'm willing to bet I am at least part of the problem. How much of that breaks when I do this? Yeah, just that one block. So I'd need to be able to get up there in ball form already, and I can't do that. That's what I thought. And then the other one is is, like, right over here, I think. Yeah, it's down a little more. No, but the entrance to it isn't there. Where the fuck is the entrance to that room? Because I know I established what the issue was last night. But apparently now I can't find that door again. But I think I just, like, bombed down the whole wall when I was looking for it before. Like, I just fell down this whole left side and just was dropping bombs the whole way. Or I'm remembering incorrectly, because there doesn't seem to be any entrances along that side. So maybe they're both connected to the same thing? Or it's on the other side in where that first one is that I found the problem. It's fortunately entirely possible. We do have enough room to get a run up. Yeah, but see, I can't actually use it at all. Because I can't leave the ground while in morph ball form. And there's not enough room to get a run up to the ramp or anything. And apparently all of that running didn't count that time. Yeah, because I can get in through the first block. Because you would think since you're still glowing, it would be enough for the, like, the energy to count to hit the speed booster bit there, but it doesn't work that way. Why didn't I get the check that was over there? I think it was one of those stupid situations where I either ran out of power bombs or realized I needed bombs to, like, hop to it or something stupid like that. But I may as well check. It's not like we're going anywhere at this point, right? Not sure what to do. Like, at this point, we are down to just checking more sections with power bombs just to prove out what blocks are in our way. Which is, again, why the feature in the Fusion Randomizer to show you what all the blocks are is so nice. Yeah, to prove this one at the very least. So you have to at least get through a couple speed booster blocks to get into the bit there at all, and I think that the bit you fall down there doesn't help anything. So I think that's just not viable. I guess let's go check the upper section. At least there's a Chozo statue near there that I can use. In case it's a case of I just didn't have 2 power bombs and I just didn't care enough to get whatever it was. Because I feel like whatever was down there was like a missile expansion or something stupid. It like that just didn't matter. Yeah, because I needed 1 power bomb to get down there, and I'm betting I needed the other power bomb to get the item. So let's hit the Chozo statue over here and then come back. Right, these things came back. You know what? Fuck you. I'm getting my power bombs back anyway, so we can just set their whole existence on fire. Except now I can't get down there. I hate it here. What was preventing me from going higher up over here? I don't remember. I feel like it's just gonna be a matter of I couldn't jump high enough over here, and just gonna be a matter of I still can't jump high enough. Yep, that is all that is. It's the mission of disappointment right now is what it is. Thanks to the randomizer settings, we're currently hosed. There's fuck all I seem to be able to do in either game that I'm in at this point, so I don't really know what to do anymore. Recharge our stuff. Did I have power bombs when I came over here before? I feel like I didn't, but doubt this will do anything. Yep, what do you know? It doesn't do anything. The other power bomb back, and then we'll run down and go get the check that I know is down in the other part. Because we can get to it with 2 power bombs, probably. Now, you can probably hear that the wind is kind of out of my sails at this point, because there's just so little I've managed to accomplish in this setup here, or in recent time. And it is just incredibly disheartening to end up in this position so quickly. 3.5 hours being pretty quick. But again, these are early randomizers, so I should have expected this level of problem, but I'm foolishly faithful as far as my abilities go sometimes. Is that the right phrase? Eh, it's close enough. Gets the point across. Right, it's in there. Theoretically doable. The problem is I break all of my blocks when I power bomb that, and I don't have regular bombs. Got it. Wait. That's my level 3 key card. All hope is no longer lost. We have a game again. Going back to Fusion. Is we have hope. We actually have something we can do there now. Because with level 3 doors unlocked, we have so many places we can go. Of course, right near where I planned to stop for the day, we end up cracking the damn thing open. Because I can now go over here to Arc and actually go places. Which will probably get me to Mini Fridge, which will get me the item that we're looking for in here. Oh great, my high jumps and Ridley bomb puzzle. Love that for me. Deal with that later. So many of my checks have just been fucking missile expansions, and we looked at that one already. We knew that that was useless. We can't get that, but we now know it's a power bomb expansion, so that's not what I'm looking for. Because we still don't have Morph Ball in this reality. With our ice missiles, we can maneuver around those guys if I need to. So the only place I would need to do that's over on the left. I do have Speed Booster, so I could have just Speed Boosted through there. Right, we don't have Varia suits, so I can't just walk through this place. Right. I wasn't sure if I was gonna have to go through a cold area in there or not. Turns out, that might be a problem. So I don't think that this is the level... Wait, no, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I shouldn't be running in here. I should be going and getting our level 2 key card, because level 2 was also right behind a level 3 door in easy access. So that's also going to involve walking through the cold, but not nearly so far. We did at least get another hint, though, from that navigation room. Yeah, if what I'm talking about and doing doesn't make any sense, exclamation Archipelago will explain how the Archipelago randomizer works, or you can just wait for the message to pop up again. Short version, though, is all of the checks in both games are just dumped into a pile and then thrown back out to their respective locations. And from there, good luck, figure it out. That's basically what I'm dealing with right now, is the good luck, figure it out part. Already have this, but I will use this to get some extra running space. Right, the door was in the way. I knew there was a door, but I thought it was earlier than that. If we go through this door and down, we can go into Sub-Zero Containment, go get our level 2 key card, so we can open the other doors. Hey, Frozen Ridley, give me that. So now all green and yellow doors are open. Now, we technically can't get back from here, but we can check the green doors while we're here. So actually, I shouldn't have hopped up in the first place then, because the only way through is this way. We've already touched that navigation room, I think. Right, I can't actually kill that one right now, so I can't actually check that, but I can check up here. Oh, wait, don't I have ice missiles? I do. I have super ice missiles, so how did that thing not take damage? Weird. Yeah, they are firing ice missiles, okay. Yeah, so I can climb up in here, I think? No, I can't jump high enough to get on top of that, so that's useless at the moment. I need high jump to be able to get the rest of the way up there at the moment. Or space jump, but that'll mean I don't need ice missiles for that anymore. Oh, there we go. Screw attack kills those. But that's just an energy tank, and I can't get it because I don't have Morph Ball anyway. Okay, doesn't matter. So all the green doors up here are useless to us at the moment. That's honestly very disappointing, because that was one of the big things I was hoping for out of the green doors. Let's see if this was one I touched already. Okay, yeah, that's where we found out about the unfortunate situation with Morph Ball. We're back to start, because we can't actually go back through that speed boost section, and we don't have Morph Ball to go under it. So that'll undo the information we got there, but there wasn't much information that we got that we didn't already know anyway. But Sector 1, I can now open that green door up there. I may or may not be able to reach that item up there, I don't remember. We can go further into Sector 3 now. We're still kind of in a shit sandwich with Sector 4. We can go into those doors in Sector 5, but as we established, that's a problem still. Actually, if I could push through there, I could get to the data room in Sector 5. But that involves pushing through a lot of pain. And I don't think, even with the amount of health we have, we could do that. So for all that we got a big leap forward by unlocking those two doors, it actually doesn't do as much as you might think for us. Looks like our big play, though, is going to be to go to Sector 3. Which there is a few things we can do there now because of this, so this might be our way forward. Because our Varia suit might be in here somewhere. Okay, wave beams in Sector 6. That's good information, except not particularly helpful at the moment. But the fact that that navigation room's on tells me I might be on the right track. Because I would assume that it would only have activated if I was going in a direction the seed wants me going. Which is why all the other times I stuck my nose in here and fiddled around with various places that I shouldn't be, it didn't activate the nav room. Very important question, though, is can I do the fight that's in here right now? So I'm actually not sure if I can or not. It's possible I can. I'm not sure about that. There's also that right there. Okay, we have space jump for this game. That opens up a lot. Sort of. It's like exactly what I was saying. Right near the point where I was intending to end, we ended up opening this whole damn seed up. That's actually a pretty decent color for him. Still can't hurt him, though. I thought super missiles were the thing that hurts him. Well, we can just leave him behind. Since we have space jump, we can just go up here and ignore that. We have so much ground we can cover now, thanks to the ability to basically just fly. What was really hurting me when I combined these two last time is I had space jump in Zero Mission, but no tools. I had all the tools in Fusion, but still no Morph Ball, and same case, I still don't have Morph Ball here. As far as that goes, that's gonna be the only thing that would hold me back now. All I would need is just getting... I presume that's Plasma Beam for Zero Mission. And I can get that. I can just Shine Spark to that. No, I can't. Because those blocks are in the way. Well, I guess there is a way to do it. It's gonna suck a bit, but I think I can do it. Think there's enough room? There sure is enough room. A little bit better an angle, and I can do that. Got it. Okay, Zero Mission has a viable weapon now for regular combat. Now, if only combat was any of the problems we have. Oh, wait, it isn't. But hey, it's still another check. With how this is opening up, maybe I will actually revisit this. Because I was going to just abandon this seed entirely after testing it today. But considering the situation it's in, I may very well, like, finish this off on Friday or something. Why did that end up? Why did you jump and not shine spark, Samus? Why are you like this? Either way. God damn it. Because I can't go around the other way because I don't have Morph Ball still. There we go. Oh. God damn it. Oh, hey, a power bomb tank. You know what? Actually, that wasn't that bad. Now, if only I had a means of using power bombs. There's another item up there, but you need power bombs to get to it. Oh, hey, can't go that way. Can't go that way either. Well, good news, we've done a lot here. I missed the data room because the data room door exploded with a robot, so that was unfortunate. So I think we're warping out because we're stuck. But thankfully we keep everything we had. So I now can just break the laws of physics wherever I please. Which does enable me to get up there. I don't have the amount of Metroids that I need to complete the game. Otherwise, we could actually just go finish this, probably. Because I have ice missiles. To at least slow down the SAX. Now that I have Space Jump, I can probably go get this thing in Sector 1 unless it needs Morph Ball. Probably needs Morph Ball. I don't think Space Jump works underwater since I don't have Gravity Suit. So I think we're still hooped as far as going around in Sector 4 goes. Does that impede my access in Sector 2? I think we are still blocked in there in a couple ways. I can go back to Sector 3 and drop down and go get those checks down there, though. Because that was a green door, and I was going to head there next when I ended up soft-locking myself again. We already looked at that navigation room. Get down here the fast way this time. So we just gotta cut through that guy and then go down here. Yep, that is the right direction. Do 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 do. Down. Open up. Hey, there's our power bombs properly now, because you need the power bomb data in order to activate power bombs. But hey, what do you know? still can't morph ball. Still doesn't help. Like, that's very much a, you did this, but you're still hungry type scenario. That whole room's fire, so maybe we don't do that yet. Where's my damn Varia suit? Oh god, everything is hot here too, huh? Well, the hell with it. This seems safer to try to get through than the other one, because the other one's a big room. Oh, but it's both rooms are hot. Everything is pain and burning. Okay, we made it. Everything's fine. Wasn't there... There was an item, but I had to go down, not up for it. I feel like the boss room probably is gonna be a hot room too. And it didn't help that I didn't space jump properly. There we go, full heal. We're good. Keep it going. Really is upsetting how you just lose all control when you fall through those holes. Like, I just touched it and it just was like, oh, you wanted to jump? Nah, you don't need to jump. You need to fall down the hole. You wish to fall. Goodbye. Okay, it's actually not hot here, even though based on the way the whole back of the room is waving, you would expect it to be hot. God, I forgot that this place even existed. So I think in the last seed eat of the randomizer we did, when it was just a randomizer of just this game, I don't think we ever went in here. I think we didn't need to. Slash, we never had the opportunity to even be able to go in here. There is an item up there, but you get at it from the other end. Okay. So we can fight this boss. Scientist who is actually, in fact, a parasite. There we go. What does this give me? Well, that's great to have more power bombs for Zero Mission, but that doesn't solve anything. And that got me a missile tank. Great. Ordinarily, that would be turning off catastrophic meltdown of the boiler system here. Or if I remember right. But it doesn't do that anymore, apparently. It may still make the hot rooms not hot anymore. I'm not sure if that has any effect. Nope. Turns out, hot rooms are still, in fact, very hot. Much like fire, it is indeed hot. Get as much health back as I can. In fact, we'll do that a couple times, just for a little bit of certainty. Because oh, I need power bombs to get to the item down there, so that's not viable for us to do right now. Which means I'm gonna have to come back here at some point if I ever do intend to finish this seed. Well, I may not have to, but there may be something useful down there. Well, we got away with walking the hot zone over here, so let's go ahead and walk the hot zone over on the other side too. To hell with it. If I'm disregarding logic at this point already anyway, I may as well just continue doing that. Energy tank. I don't know why my space jump just kind of shit itself there. It just stopped working. So I was still pressing the button with the same timing I was, so I don't know why it just kind of stopped. Oh, well, that's not viable anyway, huh? And none of it matters, because it's all things that I don't need. Well, that was wonderful. Hope everybody enjoyed walking through the saunas of hell. Okay. There's still the room up there that I may or may not be able to get into at the top of the shaft. But I think after that, I think that we've tapped this area completely. No, it was this room. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Because I do have some of these rooms in memory, but not all of them. And we also can't actually get back out of here, so a lot of this map's gonna get thrown under the bus. But that's fine. We know what's back there now. And we have what's back there now. But it doesn't help. No, not warp again. So we can still try for that power-up that's up there in Sector 1. Technically I could go get the things that are in that big room down there too, but that's all going to be pain. But I can just fly around and get it at least. So no, the lower thing I think we need Morph Ball for still, so probably no point going in there yet. I think I have enough checks now, though, to see where my Varia suit is. Which may be a good idea. I am 1 point short of getting that hint. Never mind. Not getting that hint yet. Upsetting. Is it Area 2 that I wanted to look at? No, it was Sector 1 that had the thing I was gonna go get. Sector 2 is a maybe as far as getting to a couple things. But I don't think so. If I can get this check, then I have enough points to get the hint. Wait. No, this nav room is still not active, which is wild. You would think the Sector 1 nav room would be one that we have access to, but clearly not. Oh yeah, this should be doable. And it's just another fucking missile expansion. I hate it here. Like, I'm glad both games have a shitload of missiles. But you know what that doesn't do? Solve anything. Because we got the item... Did we get the item in the hallway? No, I think that's another Morph Ball requirement. Because that's a lot of what's kept us from just running rampant through Sector 1 is no Morph Ball. So there's apparently a Sector 2 door up there that I completely disregarded. Who the fuck? Oh, it's a Morph Ball hole. Right. Well, not getting in there. Alright. That is still the one more check that I needed to get that hint that I just tried to get. Ah, it's in Sector 1. So they expect me to do things in Sector 1, then, before I do things where Various Suit would be needed. So let's actually try to push through here, then. Maybe there's a misunderstanding on my part here somewhere. I can at the very least show off the thing I was talking about before. Just slam through them with the screw attack. Which, that's fun. And yeah, see, that item's not reachable, even though that item would be very helpful. Thank you for gifting us up to Melon there, Noctis. Hope you're doing well. What's on the other side of all of this that was impeding me? Can't get enough speed going. Hello. You're just in time for me to be potentially unraveling all of the problems we've been having with this seed here. Yeah, because we already got this before, but we're getting it again because I kept leaving this area. So we would lose that, but now that I have Space Jump, I can get more power bombs that I can't use. Hooray. So much for that, but it's still another check, so it's fine. Is the reason why we kept ending up having to warp out of here is I would go down into that lower section there and not be able to come back. Now that we have Space Jump, I can come back from that if I make that mistake again. I don't think fixing the stabilizers actually matters in terms of the randomizer. It seems to be skipping all of the plot elements, so we don't need to worry about that in terms of getting our next mission and getting clearance for things. We already have a lot of things we shouldn't have at this point. I feel like we're just gonna run into a morph ball problem up ahead, because we still don't have that. Yep. And now I'm stuck again. I did the one thing that I can't fix, because I'm pretty sure I can't get back on the other side of this gate here. And we still don't have wave beams, so I can't actually hit those from the wrong side of them. We have to warp out again. Good thing we have that option. We've gained so many things, and yet we're still having so many problems. Actually, wait a minute. There's no way they expect me to do this. There's no way that that's a viable idea that they expect, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do something stupid, and it might just work. This might actually do something good for us. I need to go back to the lava room. Because I hope everybody's ready for diving. Because we're going into the lava. Because I have a plan. I can't say it's a good plan, but it is in fact a plan. Just get over here and then whoop. Just depends on whether I can get out of here quick enough to not die. Okay, sweet. Oh, never mind. This doesn't work. That's what I was afraid of. Don't have Morph Ball, can't go there. Melted myself half to death for nothing. Hooray. Gonna die now. Hooray. As will show why I can't get the other thing. It's in there. Can't morph ball. So, nope, can't get that. Goodbye, everything. I'm gonna melt now. Blech. Okay, so that plan didn't work either. Where the hell even am I? Oh, I'm in Sector 3. Okay. You know, a dumb idea. Another dumb idea. Since we could just leave the fight with the robot. No, I can't. I can't just avoid him and go through the data door. That's what I thought, but I figured I'd check. Just for shits and giggles. And the Sector 1 door led us to a dead end. Right? Wait, yeah, that's the other side of the door I just went for. You would think I would have remembered that that doesn't work. But sometimes I can be stupid and forget very simple things that are right in front of me. Oh, wait. Sector 2. Sector 2. We want to go to Sector 2. I have an idea. I've remembered a thing. We can get 2 checks very quickly. Well, not very quickly, but relatively quickly. But I'm probably going to exhaust the checks that I can think of immediately, and that's where we'll wrap up for today. Because I've already kind of pushed past the earmarked time because we had hope, so I'm like, I'm just gonna follow this and see where it goes. But since we have space jump, we can get on the other side of the room over here. We can break through here and go get the couple things that are in here, possibly. Oh yeah, this room normally really sucks. Oh, there's my level 1 keycard. Well, that's fantastic news. And the other thing was... what? Missile expansion. Okay, so we just want the lower path. We want that level 1 keycard. Thing is, I need to bounce my way through here without touching the ground. I need to, like, Flappy Bird this shit. Got it. That means every door other than red is open. That's huge. Is in here, that opens up that check right there and the data room. And also just gets us access out of this room. Which makes me wonder, though, why did they put the blue key card here? Like, sure, you could say it's because it lets you back out of the room, but in order to get that check, you would have needed space jump in order to get there. So you would have the ability to just get out of the room anyway. It's very weird. Like, the logic this randomizer uses confuses me. Okay, can't get that because it needs morph ball. We might actually be able to get our morph ball at this point. Let's see what this data room gives me. Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw the health bar move, but I didn't count to see whether it was actually an extra pip. It was sad. So let's see, other blue doors would be... There's one in Sector 4, but we can't get to it. There's none in Sector 5. Sector 6 obviously doesn't have any either. Sector 6 might have some viability to it at this point, but I think most of the problems we had in there are still problems. And then there's the blue door there. Actually, yeah, blue doors didn't do much for us. It's all the other doors that mattered more. The only reason I wanted the blue key was to get to that data room, basically, in our current scenario. Well, piss. I can go get the missile expansion that's over there right above the Sector 5 door, but that doesn't matter. Well, we know there's some good stuff in Sector 6, so let's go to Sector 6, see if I can do anything there. And that's probably going to be the extent of it. And if stubbornness doesn't kick in and I just sort out this seed on my own, we may finish this on like Friday or something. Okay, we don't have to worry about Xbox area at all. That's good news. Or at least we don't have to worry about a item in there, but it's just a damn missile tank. Like, to give context, the frustration about missile tanks is very similar to, like, if you're doing a Zelda randomizer and you're getting rupees everywhere. It's about as useful, well, after a point. Because most of the time you're just trading missiles for something. Be it to get rid of a door that's in your way, or to get rid of a boss, etc. But there's a lot of other solutions to bosses, so it doesn't really matter in that context. And yeah, this is where in Sector 5 it leads to, so it's useless. That's what I thought I remembered, but I wanted to double check. So no viability there. We do have more health, so we can kind of tank our way to victory a little bit here. A little bit better than we did before. Problem is, this is a fake missile expansion, and we can't actually reach what's on the other side, but nope, I can't even see it. Damn it. I was hoping to at least peek at it. Now we die again. And more than likely. Unless I get a red pickup out of one of these guys. Nope. Gotta go! Nope. I would love to speed boost out of there to Shine Spark that, but that ain't happening. That's a fast way to die. Oh, there was an X-Parasite hiding in that one, huh? Now we're back in Sector 3 again because I didn't save. Well, there's some viability to Sector 6 at the moment, but it's scuffed. I think in order to progress this seed, I am probably going to have to jump back to Zero Mission. Did we even get anything for Zero Mission? I don't think we did. So I don't think that's the answer. That can't... Unless there's genuinely something I missed somewhere, which is highly unlikely. Can I do this now? Or is this another... No, that was the Morph Ball spot, right? Just dead ends upon dead ends upon dead ends everywhere I turn. So this is another thing that needed Morph Ball. We just looked at it, so you'd think I'd remember. Ow. No, that's the room we took all that damage in. I don't want to go that way. I could do this one. But I think this many parasites would kill us. Even from full health. This is technically something you should be doing with Varia Suit. In the context of what we're doing here. But we still don't have that. So we have to do it much closer to how you would do it vanilla. Okay, good night again, ABC. Hey, look, more power bombs that I can't use. Hooray. Technically, I could go through the bomb line down there and potentially get to something, but I find that unlikely to work out. And this is a dead end. Right. Well, let's use the save point. So if I'm gonna try to brute force my way through more of the parasites, I need to do that. Right, I can't go back, though. Because I would need to be able to speed boost the other way. Well. Oh, these are bomb blocks I can't break with screw attacks, so never mind, we are just stuck down here. We are soft locked in this position. So I have to warp out again. Alright. We'll call that good enough for today, then. Because my drive to keep fighting with this is kind of running dry a little bit. But, like I said, this was just a test anyway to see how viable the seed generation for these games are in Archipelago, and they absolutely work. So, expect to see me pull some people together to do a much more significant thing with that in the future. Not to mention the thing I said I might do for 800 followers, which was combining all of the games of this type that are in Archipelago into just a giant nightmare pile. Which I do kind of want to do, because I think it would be funny, but we'd be there for, like, more than a week, probably, cracking that at case. Doesn't mean I won't do it. Just means, expect that to be a long drawn thing, and I may very well like turn that into like a weird subathon thing where we do like a race to see if I can finish any of those before the timer runs out type deal or something. That might be fun. Yeah, I think we'll just do a simple raid today, because I see Char is doing stuff. We'll just go see Char, because I also know that Char knows what Archipelago is, which makes explaining it easier. So I don't have to think too hard about that. So we'll get that timer started. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know this was jank, but that was also expected. Let's see, today is Monday, so tomorrow we will more than likely start the next Gratitude game, which will definitely be a GameCube game, but I won't tell you what either of them are yet. You'll have to figure that one out tomorrow, especially since there's a small chance I may push that off to next week, depending on how well it works, because I need to double check how well they run right now. Then Thursday might be Repo. I haven't gotten really a strong reaction on Repo this week, so I may actually not do anything with that this week. That depends on how much more of a response I get one way or the other. And then Friday and Saturday we'll figure out. Saturday probably be some more short run games. It may very well be some of the ones we almost finished last week. We'll see. But be good to Char, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow, one way or the other. Good night, everybody.